Chapter 1454. The two armies were about to go to war, but Sun Wen came with Jiang Pingji's letter. No one could figure out his true intentions. Before Nie Liang summoned Sun Wen, he had Fan Chen entertain Sun Wen, and secretly sound him out to find out Sun Wen's true intentions. Fan Chen? Sun Wen's heart skipped a beat when he heard the surname. He said, "I see that you are graceful and charming. You must be from an ordinary family. May I make a bold guess that you are from the Fan family of Liang?" Zhongzhou had 10 prefectures and 33 counties. The land was vast and rich. Liang was a county under the jurisdiction of Sun Prefecture. It was a fertile land of fish and rice. Because of the prevalence of private schools, Zhongzhou produced many distinguished people who left their names in history. Although the Fan family could not be compared to the Nie family, it was still one of the top gentry families in Zhongzhou. Sun Wen knew Fan Chen's surname when he heard it. He had left Zhongzhou earlier. Fan Chen's name had not spread out of Sun Prefecture, so Sun Wen had never heard of him. Fan Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. He smiled and said, "You have sharp eyes. I am indeed from the Fan family of Liang." The teacher spoke with a Bianzhou accent. "I didn't believe it when I heard that you were from Zhongzhou, but now I do." Sun Wen smiled. "Instead of saying that my eyes are sharp, I should say that you have sharp ears. You guessed it right away." He had lived in Bei Prefecture, northern borderline, for many years. His accent had changed due to the local influence. He did not expect Fan Chen to be able to recognize it. Fan Chen was very hospitable. He specially sent a chef to make local delicacies in Bianzhou. Even Sun Wen's temporary tent was decorated according to the local style. If not for the tense relationship between the two armies, Sun Wen would have given Fan Chen a 5-star rating. He was meticulous in his work. In a familiar environment, people could not help but let their guard down, especially when they were facing people who had a good impression of them. Fan Chen and Sun Wen chatted about the past in Zhongzhou. They were very congenial. No matter what Sun Wen said, Fan Chen could reply. Not long after, their relationship had taken a big step closer. To outsiders, Sun Wen and Fan Chen seemed like a pair of like-minded friends. They talked to each other happily. Only the people involved knew that they were using words as a weapon. They had exchanged dozens of exchanges and were constantly on guard against language traps set by the other party. If he wasn't careful, he might be tricked by the other party. The two of them were chatting happily when a soldier's voice came from outside the tent. Nie Liang summoned Sun Wen. Sun Wen and Fan Chen modestly thanked each other and left the tent side by side. The flags outside fluttered in the wind, and the flags with the word Nie on them looked like burning clouds full of vigor. 3 ears represented Nie, and the Nie on the flag was written in seal script. It looked simple and unadorned. In Zhongzhou, this surname was even higher than that of the royal family. Even the illiterate commoners knew what this pattern meant. As someone from Bian province, Sun Wen naturally knew of the Nie clan. Sun Wen looked at the flag, his eyes like a bottomless abyss. He smiled and said to Fan Chen, who was next to him, "Speaking of which, this old man and the Nie clan have an indissoluble bond." Fan Chen nodded and pretended to be listening attentively. Sun Wen said, "When I was young, my talent was poor. I was always a step behind others in everything I learned. After I reached my 20s, I accomplished nothing. Only when he was middle-aged did he manage to become a lowly official. That year, I thought I had some ability and recommended myself to the Nie clan as a foreign official." Of course, Fan Chen didn't know this history, but he wasn't surprised. Since Sun Wen was from Bian province and came from a poor family, his only way out was to learn from the Nie clan and rely on them. What he felt was a pity was that Sun Wen wasn't recruited by the Nie clan. Instead, he went all the way to Dongqing and became an advisor to the enemy. Fan Chen let out a sigh of pity and subtly changed the topic. Without a doubt, Sun Wen was a talent. If he wasn't a talent, he wouldn't have been able to play the northern borderline around. This was an indisputable fact. Such a talent had recommended himself to the Nie clan as a foreign official, but the Nie clan didn't recruit him. It was a loss. Fan Chen couldn't say that Sun Wen wasn't talented enough, but he also couldn't say that the Nie clan had eyes but couldn't see and mistook pearls for fish eyes. He could only express his pity from the Nie clan's point of view. At the same time, He affirmed Sun Wen's talent to save face for both parties. Fan Chen was very good with words, and his words were very soothing. Sun Wen curled his lips. His calm eyes carried a hint of coldness. His smile didn't reach his eyes, and it gave people the illusion that he was smiling hypocritically. In reality, Sun Wen was recruited after he recommended himself to the Nye clan. However, he was old and didn't have any outstanding achievements in the first half of his life, so no one thought highly of him. After Sun Wen joined the Nye clan, he was still a lowly official with no sense of existence. He had no hope of making a name for himself. A year later, Sun Wen was discouraged. Even if he didn't go to the roll call for half a month, no one would mention him. Not long after, his only son, Sun Lai, offended a direct descendant of the Nye clan at a gathering. That person was very arrogant, ruthless, and domineering. Just because Sun Lai won first place and made him lose face, he actually sent people to break Sun Lai's legs. Not only that, he even used his connections to send Sun Lai to the border on a groundless charge. Sun Wen's family wasn't well off, but Sun Lai was also his pampered son. How could he endure such hardships? He caught a cold on the way and died early. His wife and daughter-in-law couldn't take the blow and died one after another. Of the 5 people in the family, 3 were suddenly lost. Only Sun Wen and his young grandson were left to depend on each other. Sun Wen was worried that the Nye clan would continue to persecute them, and had no choice but to leave Zhongzhou with his grandson Lan Lan. They begged along the way and wandered from place to place. Who would have thought that Sun Wen, who was like a stray dog a few years ago, was now treated well by the Nye clan as an emissary? His gaze fell on the marshal's flag outside the marshal's tent. His slightly dry eyes were filled with a bit of coldness. "Emissary, please." Sun Wen was deep in thought when he heard Fan Chen's words. He came back to his senses and nodded with a smile as he entered the tent. Nye Liang sat in the main seat. Even though the light in the tent wasn't very bright, Sun Wen could see that he was a man of great bearing. This person was dignified, but in Sun Wen's view, Nye Liang was more like a scholar who recited poems and talked cheerfully with others. He wasn't a butcher or overlord who fought for supremacy and ate raw meat. After a quick glance, Sun Wen withdrew his gaze and bowed, revealing his identity in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The two of them were separated by a distance of 6 zhang. The atmosphere wasn't right, so Sun Wen couldn't carelessly approach and take a look at Nye Liang's appearance. "This lowly one is Sun Wen. I've come on the orders of my master to inquire about a matter." There were many people in the tent, but it wasn't crowded or noisy. Nye Liang's voice wasn't loud, so Sun Wen could hear him clearly. "What is it?" Nye Liang asked. Chapter 1455. After he finished speaking, Sun Wen looked up at Nye Liang as if waiting for an answer. There were more than 30 people sitting in the tent. There were scholars in formal attire and majestic generals, but it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard clearly. Many people looked at Sun Wen from the corner of their eyes. Some were disdainful, some were contemptuous, and some even stood up to refute Sun Wen. This person was none other than Fan Chen, who was talking cheerfully with Sun Wen just now. "Zidao, how can you confuse right and wrong? According to what I know, it was clearly the Duke of Lanting who wanted to invade Zhangzhou. The magistrate of Zhangzhou, Yang Tao, had no choice but to send an envoy to seek an alliance with my lord in order to protect the people and soldiers under his rule. Why did it become my lord's fault?" In Zidao's words. Without waiting for Nye Liang to speak, Fan Chen said disapprovingly, "My lord is benevolent and magnanimous. He agreed to send troops to help after hearing the sincerity of the envoy. If the Duke of Lanting knew about it, he would take the initiative to withdraw his troops and quell the war. Does Zidao think this makes sense?" Sun Wen smiled and said, "According to what you said, Lord Guangshan intends to be the peacemaker? If so, Lord Guangshan can write a letter to inform my lord. Based on Lord Guangshan's character, how can my lord not give him face? If the 3 families can communicate peacefully, how can this happen? Lord Guangshan didn't inform my lord and brought more than 200,000 troops to camp outside Zhanjiang Pass to prepare for war. How can my lord turn a blind eye? If Nye Liang really sent troops for Yang Tao's sake, why didn't he write a letter to persuade him first?" Without a second word, Nieliang brought more than 200,000 troops to threaten Zhanjiang Pass. What did he mean? Was Nieliang trying to be the peacemaker, or coveting Dongqing's territory? In the words of the livestream audience, it was like being a traitor and still wanting to build a memorial. It was obviously a robber's act, but he insisted on justifying it. How pretentious! In contrast, his lord's style was much more unusual. She was not picky about excuses at all. Because you will attack me in the future, I will send troops to destroy you now. I will do it with a reason. Even a blind person could see how lame Jiang Pengji's reason was. But did she despise it? Fan Chen's expression changed. Before he could refute, his colleague stepped forward and asked Sun Wen, I heard that the Duke of Lanting is under the control of the Huangsong and the Su and Pei families. The magistrate of Zhangzhou, Yang Tao, once led troops from Nanqing to Zhangzhou and Dongqing to help the Duke of Lanting resist the enemy. Sun Wen said, official business is official business. The two families have formed an alliance to resist the enemy. Although my lord has received help from the Duke of Zhengze, the Duke of Zhengze has sent troops to avenge his father's death. Don't all of you know that the Duke of Zhengze's enemy who killed his father, Zhao Xiao, has been recruited by Su Bei and is now a guest of honor under his banner? Forming an alliance was one thing, but Yang Tao was no saint. He didn't come all this way for righteousness, but for revenge. Don't make Yang Tao look like a white lotus. Sun Wen didn't buy it. Even so, the Duke of Lanting and Yang Tao are allies. Sun Wen said, indeed. The man laughed again. None of the allies that the Duke of Lanting has formed an alliance with have had a good ending. Jiang Pingji and Su Bei had formed an alliance. In the end, she had attacked the Barbican, and Su Bei had burned himself to death. Jiang Pingji and Huang Song had formed an alliance. The two of them had fought fiercely. Huang Song's troops had been defeated in Changya. Although he hadn't died, he had lost all interest in living. Jiang Pingji and Yang Tao had formed an alliance. They were preparing to fight, but the outcome was still unknown. She had also formed an alliance with Chui. Once Yang Tao had knelt down, Chui would be next. He would probably not have a good ending either. Look, this was all evidence of her killing her acquaintances. She treated her allies so cruelly and viciously. Did she still have any morals? Why did the scholars of the world not like to rely on Jiang Pingji? It was because her reputation was too bad. Others despised her. Sun Wen was calm and at ease in the face of such sarcasm. The world is bustling for benefits. The world is bustling for benefits. Forming an alliance to resist the enemy is a win-win situation. Both parties advance and retreat together. This is a temporary and expedient measure. I dare to ask on behalf of everyone. Has my lord done anything unrighteous to harm her allies in the slightest during the alliance? Sun Wen smiled and said, my lord has never done anything that hasn't dried up or broken an alliance. Your questioning just now is extremely rude. The alliance had ended. The two parties had different ideologies and standpoints. If it was time to fight, then fight. Was she still going to hold on to her old feelings and not let go? Even if she were to deal with Yang Tao now, his lord was perfectly justified. As a human, one had to fight for their dignity. Yang Tao had spread so many nasty rumors that slandered his lord. It was rumored that Yang Tao had condoned them. Who could sit still? His lord was a woman. Her reputation was more important than a man's. She definitely had to seek justice from Yang Tao. Sun Wen, whose skin was as thick as the corner of a city wall, was infuriated by his words. Another person said, the excuse that the Duke of Lanting used to send troops to suppress Yang Tao is truly laughable. How can it be justified? Sun Wen said, that's not true. As a woman, my lord's journey has not been easy. Who doesn't know that it's a taboo for her to talk about her gender? Yang Tao's behavior was despicable. He found a man who looked like my lord and made him appear naked in public. Ordinary people paid money to remove his sinful roots. His actions undoubtedly threw my lord's reputation to the ground and trampled on it. If a noble lord can swallow this malice, how can my lord establish herself in the future? Sun Wen spoke in a righteous manner. Yang Tao deserved to be beaten. The Nie family still rushed to form an alliance with him to fight against Jiang Pingji. They were obviously helping an evildoer. Someone sneered and said, Whether this was done by the magistrate of Zhangzhou or not remains to be discussed. I heard that there is also a pair of men in Wanzhou who look like the magistrate of Zhangzhou and the important minister beside him, Yin Lin. The two of them did shameless things in broad daylight. Isn't this an act of humiliation? Sun Wen said resolutely. My lord has investigated this matter clearly. It was done by the traitors of the Tao family. They intended to frame and instigate trouble. If that's the case, why isn't the incident in Zhangzhou a ploy by the Tao family to frame Yang Tao? The style of these two incidents was so consistent. It was obviously the Tao family who instigated trouble. Jiang Pingji wrongly accused a good person. Not only did she not repent, but she also used the righteous excuse to crusade against Yang Tao. Her intentions were sinister. Sun Wen vetoed the idea once again, speaking with conviction. Why? High-quality imitations of Yang Tao and Yin Lin appeared in Wanzhou. My lord sent people to deal with them and found the culprit by following the clues. What about Yang Tao? They didn't do anything. They didn't even make an official statement. It was obvious that they had a guilty conscience. When Sun Wen said this, he habitually forgot that Yang Tao was still in a stalemate with the four factions of Nanman at the front line of Nanxing. All in all, Yang Tao was asking for a beating. The Nie family, who carried the banner of righteousness, was also ambitious and coveted the territory of Dongqing. These two families were jackals of the same tribe. They had clearly planned to bully his lord. It was 2 against 1 to bully the pitiful little girl. Chapter 1456. This Sun Wen is a bit too difficult to deal with. Fan Chen was infuriated. Recalling Sun Wen's words in the tent, he was still angry. Did this person not want to live? Did Sun Wen really think that the words, envoys are not to be killed, could save his life? With the tension between the two armies, he still dared to provoke the bottom line of Nie Liang and his subordinates. He really did not want to live. Not to mention, Sun Wen's behavior in front of Nie Liang could be considered arrogant and rude. If Nie Liang really killed him in anger, Sun Wen would have died in vain. Sun Wen had the courage to confront the enemy and disregard his own life. His courage was commendable. A young general laughed. It's fine if he's difficult to deal with, but he just has to be so thick-skinned. This general sees that the other gentlemen don't look very well. Isn't this Sun Wen an old man who can't carry anything? Isn't he afraid that someone will stab him a few times and send him to hell? Wei Yong looked down. Sun Wen is probably well aware of this and has long been fearless. This was the first time he had seen someone criticize someone so rudely. Fan Chen said, "This one is curious. Did this Sun Wen come here just to interrogate Lu Shi?" Wei Yong frowned lightly. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." The others sighed as they discussed. Only Nie Liang, who was sitting in the main seat, was deep in thought. His brows showed traces of hardship. Even with Nie Liang's excellent self-restraint, he had been angered by Sun Wen today. He was frail to begin with, and in order not to affect the morale of the army, he forced himself to hold on. Every time he appeared in front of others, he would not stay for long in order to hide the truth. Today his anger affected his heart and lungs. He could only berate Sun Wen and find an excuse to send him away. As long as Sun Wen was in the Nie camp, he could not easily reveal his illness. Send people to keep an eye on Sun Wen. If he makes any strange movements, get rid of him. Nie Liang's thin lips parted slightly. His brows were filled with coldness, causing people to shiver for no reason. Yes, Sun Wen walked around the Nie camp's commander's tent and came out. He turned back to look at the commander's flag, snorted inwardly, and left with a flick of his sleeves. The reason why he chose to go to the Nie camp at this critical juncture was because he did not place too much importance on his own life. Initially, he was also prepared to go on a one-way trip. But now he no longer thought so. Not only did he want to complete the mission perfectly, he also wanted to leave the Nie camp alive. No matter how big of a commotion he caused, Sun Wen had a good night's sleep. He woke up at daybreak to practice his swordsmanship. His posture was relaxed, as if the Nie camp was his own home. The spies who were secretly observing him were all speechless. This old man's son was really bold. This is Nie Ying's camp, not his home. How could he sleep so soundly, and still have the leisure to practice swordsmanship. As it turned out, not only did Sun Wen have the time to practice swordsmanship, but he also had the time to be picky about the food in the camp. He made full use of his age advantage and flaunted his seniority. Even though he wasn't being unreasonable, he was still difficult to deal with. Nie Ying's men thought that they had taken good care of Sun Wen, but who knew that the old man still had 2 points of dissatisfaction. He was dissatisfied here and there. Sun Wen was a picky eater and refused to eat 2 meals in a row. When Fan Chen heard the news, he came to ask about it. After all, Sun Wen was a guest. Lord Nieliang did not intend to kill him yet, so everyone had to treat him well. Why didn't Sun Wen want to eat? Because he didn't like to eat the wheat rice in the camp. Zhongzhao also planted wheat on a large scale. The food culture here was similar to that of Dongqing in the past. Wheat could be ground into flour and made into pastries, but it took a long time to remove the bran from the wheat, which led to the high cost of fine wheat flour. The conditions in the camp were harsh. The soldiers' rations were simple wheat rice, which was easy to make and convenient to carry and store. This also led to the food being mixed with gravel and small stones. If one accidentally bit them, their teeth would be damaged, and the eating experience would be very bad. As an envoy, Sun Wen's treatment was naturally better than that of ordinary soldiers, but it wasn't that fine. Sun Wen objected to this. The old man's teeth weren't good to begin with. If he didn't eat fine food, how would he eat when he was completely old? Fan Chen, who heard the whole story, was speechless. Was this the reason why Sun Wen refused to eat? Helplessly, Fan Chen could only assign a chef to Sun Wen to make whatever he wanted to eat. Needless to say, the military camp's cooks didn't only know how to cook in large pots. The chef's skills weren't good, but the conditions in the camp were harsh, so Sun Wen was reluctantly satisfied. For food, Sun Wen sent people to ask about it several times. Sometimes he even asked the chef to come over. As he ate, Sun Wen asked the chef, "Is the military camp's cooks all at this level?" The chef looked embarrassed. He said, "I can only cook. I can't compare to the famous chefs in the tavern." Sun Wen laughed mockingly. "I'm an honored guest, but my food is so coarse. Isn't Lord Guangshan even more aggrieved?" The chef didn't know who Lord Guangshan was. He only understood after Sun Wen reminded him. After he understood, he smiled bitterly and was terrified. Naturally, the Lord's meals couldn't be handled by ordinary cooks. If a spy sneaked into the camp and poisoned the Lord's meals, wouldn't it be over? To ensure safety, Nieliang's meals were prepared by professionals. The ingredients and stove were also independent. Not only Nieliang, but Jiang Pingji, Yang Tao, and the other feudal vassals were the same. Sun Wen couldn't get information from Fan Chen. He had to be on guard at all times, but it was much easier to deal with a chef. He didn't ask sensitive questions such as how many meals Nieliang ate in a day, and how much he ate in a meal. He only asked about Nieliang's daily food intake in a curious tone. He saw that Nieliang had good teeth, so he probably hadn't eaten wheat rice mixed with gravel before. He probably wasn't used to it. The chef had been warned before, so he didn't dare to answer randomly. Instead, he chose his words carefully. Sun Wen lost interest after listening for a while. This Nieliang really isn't an ordinary cautious person. Why was Sun Wen so emotional? He asked the chef just now and got information from him. He knew that Nieliang stored his rice separately. Sun Wen only needed to know the approximate size and weight of the bag of rice, as well as how long it took to finish the bag. He could calculate how much rice Nieliang ate in each meal. He calculated in his heart, and found that Nieliang really ate 2 bowls of rice per meal, just as the information said. However, this didn't prove that Nieliang was in good health. At most, it proved that Nieliang was meticulous enough to consider such details. If Nieliang was in good health, why was Nieliang only willing to see him once after Sun Wen had been in the Nia camp for 3 or 4 days? The only time they met, Nieliang's position was still dark. Sun Wen couldn't see clearly from 2 or 3 feet away. In addition, Sun Wen had insulted so many people and behaved rudely. Nieliang was obviously angry but didn't rebuke him. Instead, he found an excuse to send Sun Wen away. From these signs, Nieliang's reaction contradicted the conclusion that he ate 2 bowls of rice per meal. Chapter 1457. Sun Wenzheng was suspicious that Nie Liang, who had been secretive before, suddenly wanted to see him. Fan Chen tried his best to object. Sun Wen's intentions are unclear. It doesn't matter if my lord doesn't want to see him. Why do you have to trouble yourself? Wei Yong looked at Nie Liang's pale face and the dark circles under his eyes, and he had a bad premonition. Even so, rationality still overpowered the emotions that welled up in his heart. Wei Yong said to Fan Chen, "Avoiding him is not a solution. What if the Lord refuses to see Sun Wen, and Sun Wen refuses to leave? The two armies are about to go to war, and the barracks are frequently mobilized. If he is careless and hears something, then there will be no end of trouble." Nie Liang also showed a weak smile. "Sun Wen still wants to see me. I might know what he wants to investigate." Fan Chen revealed a puzzled expression. "This official is slow-witted. Please enlighten me, my lord." Nie Liang said. Lu Shi divided her forces into two. This was planned by her. Last year, he had rested for a year, and this year, he had been preparing for war for half a year. Logically speaking, he had considered everything that needed to be considered. It was impossible for him to make a last-minute change, which was a taboo. Not long ago, I received a secret report that the wooden stones in Dongqing were purchased in large quantities. They were transported to the front line through Lu Shi's woodworking workshop. Most of them were sent to Tsangzhou. Fan Chen and Wei Dan looked at each other. Neither of them had read those secret reports. This was the first time they had heard of them. Wei Yong asked, "Is Lord sure that it's being sent to Tsangzhou?" Zhanjiang Pass was at the border of Tsangzhou. If those supplies were sent to Tsangzhou, wouldn't this mean that military resources would be tilted towards the front lines of Zhanjiang Pass? Fan Chen probed. "Is Lu Shi afraid of us? That's why they were in such a hurry to add more military supplies? Did she send Sun Wen to confuse us?" Fan Chen's explanation was logical, but after carefully studying Jiang Pingji's style of doing things, Nie Liang felt that something was wrong. Nie Liang said, "Our army has more than 200,000 soldiers, but Lu Shi also has 150,000 soldiers, and he also has the natural stronghold of Zhanjiang Pass to rely on. If they really fought, the odds of victory were 50-50. Lu Shi was fighting on two fronts. It was not suitable for him to use an offensive strategy as a defensive strategy. In order to conserve her forces, she had to defend on one side and attack on the other. Yang Tao was weaker, so he was easier to deal with. With Yang Tao as the breakthrough point, he gathered his troops and attacked. The army still had the strength to attack the Nanxing vassals. In the end, Lu Shi transported the military supplies to Tsangzhou. Isn't that strange? According to Nie Liang's analysis, they should reinforce the southern battlefront at this time and try to take down Yang Tao in the shortest amount of time possible, while still having the strength to deal with Shui. Jiang Pingji did not play by the rules. Instead, she sent more troops to Tsangzhou. Was she that afraid that Zhanjiang Pass wouldn't be able to hold on? Nie Liang sent someone to collect information about Jiang Pingji. After careful analysis, he felt that Jiang Pingji was not that kind of person. It seemed like he was taking an unconventional approach, like a gambler staking everything on a single throw, but in reality, he had a well-thought-out plan and would not waste even a fraction of his strength if he could. Therefore, the act of reinforcing Tsangzhou seemed to have a deeper meaning. Fan Chen was silent for a long time after hearing this, and a terrifying guess appeared in his mind. Could it be that Lu Shi wants to switch from defense to offense? Can she afford it? At this moment, Nie Liang felt a tightness in his chest. He lifted his sleeve to cover his mouth and coughed a few times. A familiar taste welled up in his throat. Nie Liang was shocked, but his expression did not change. Under the cover of his wide sleeve, he wiped the filth he coughed up with a handkerchief. Ever since he knew that his body was getting worse, he no longer wore bright and youthful clothes. He changed from indigo, cyan and blue to dark brown, black, or black. If he accidentally coughed up blood in front of others, he could at least deceive them. Nie Liang secretly kept the handkerchief. When his fingertips touched the warm filth, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He frowned slightly and said, "Her? Could it be?" Fan Chen asked, "Has my lord thought of something?" Wei Dan and Nie Liang had known each other for many years. The two had long reached a certain tacit understanding. Seeing Nieliang's reaction, Wei Dan seemed to have thought of something. Without waiting for him to speak, Nieliang said coldly, Lu Shi has enough troops. It won't be a problem to waste a year and a half, but my body can't be wasted. Fan Chun and Wei Dan felt as if they had been struck by lightning. My lord. Nieliang waved his hand and said, the original plan was to use surprise troops to break through the gate of Zhangjiang Pass in the shortest time possible. Before anything could be done, Lu Shi suddenly sent reinforcements to Zhangjiang Pass. The difficulty of breaking through the pass has increased. If Lu Shi is more cunning and uses delaying tactics, my body. Even though Nieliang had been hiding his illness, a few of his confidants knew. If they didn't know that Nieliang would suddenly die one day, there wouldn't even be someone to stand up and stabilize the situation. Wei Dan immediately said, my lord is in the prime of his life. He will definitely live to a ripe old age. Nieliang laughed and said, I know my body. If Lu Shi has this idea, Sun Wen will have to deal with it carefully. Fan Chun gritted his teeth and said, Sun Wen is someone Lu Shi can use. It's better to kill him and end all troubles. Nieliang shook his head. Sun Wen couldn't be killed yet. Killing him would easily alert the enemy. Who knew what that lunatic Jiang Pingji would do next? Nieliang said, there's a change in the plan. Zixuan, send someone to Bianzhou to fetch Dalong. Be discreet. If Nieliang's body really couldn't take it, the army would definitely be in chaos. Nie Qing could still stabilize the situation here. Most importantly, Nie Qing held the military power in his hands. The Nie clan wouldn't dare to act rashly. Nieliang thought about it carefully again, and found that he didn't miss anything. Then he changed his clothes and asked someone to apply some makeup to enhance his complexion. It was normal for Nieliang to do so. Moreover, Sun Wen couldn't stare at his face. The meeting this time was less tense, but the atmosphere was more solemn than the last time. Sun Wen returned empty-handed, but he wasn't discouraged. He couldn't take advantage of Nieliang, but he could deal with others. He returned to the tent and waited for a while. The attendant who escorted Sun Wen wanted to see him. Sun Wen said in a low voice, how's the investigation going? The attendant also lowered his voice. I chatted with the soldiers in the kitchen according to your orders. I really found some clues. In ancient times, being a soldier wasn't an honor. Many soldiers were forced by life to the point where they couldn't live anymore. That's why they became soldiers and went to the battlefield. Even if the Nie clan was rich and overbearing, it was impossible to feed every soldier with military rations. Many people only ate about 50 to 60% full. After a long time, except for the elite troops, many soldiers became sallow and emaciated. The attendants weren't treated as well as Sun Wen. They were arranged near the soldiers and ate the same as ordinary soldiers. They didn't eat their fill at every meal. He followed Sun Wen's instructions and got close to the cooks in the logistics department. While chatting, he found that there were unspoken rules in the logistics department. The logistics department had a lot of money. Many of the soldiers in charge of the cooks could eat until they were fat. The happiest one was Nieliang's cook. Why was that? The soldier in charge of the logistics department complained. Look at him. He eats like a pig's brain. The attendant laughed. He's indeed a little fat. The soldier said, hey, isn't it rice to feed people? The attendant said, isn't it the same wheat rice? The soldier said, how is that? The rice that the nobles don't eat is eaten by him. That's why he's like a pig's brain. The attendant said, the nobles have to eat too. How much will be left after eating? Chapter 1458. Hearing this, Sun Wen's entire body trembled. He quickly reached out and grabbed the attendant's wrist. He asked, did he only eat 2 chopsticks at a meal, or only 2 chopsticks at every meal? If it was the former, it meant that Nieliang had a bad appetite. If it was the latter, it meant that there was something wrong with Nieliang's body. This lowly one also tested him, almost every meal. Also, the attendant continued, this lowly one also heard something else. That noble ate very little at every meal, but not a single bowl of medicine was missing. The dregs of the medicine had to be burned and buried secretly. Sun Wen was speechless. I thought I overestimated Nie Liang, but I underestimated his cautiousness. It was rare to see someone so cautious. If Sun Wen didn't play by the rules, it would have been very difficult to find evidence of Nie Liang's poor health. Sun Wen pondered for a while and ordered the attendant, "Think of a way to secretly get some dregs. The sooner, the better. The more careful, the better." The attendant replied, "This lowly one understands." After the attendant left, Sun Wen shook his sleeves and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It's time to find an excuse to leave. It's really hard to stay in this dragon's den. Ever since Sun Wen came to the Nie camp, his life was out of his control. There was a sharp knife on his neck that could take his life at any time. He couldn't show the slightest bit of timidity or nervousness. He had to talk cheerfully to outsiders and be confident to control the situation. It was no different from saying that a day felt like a year. Sun Wen thought of an excuse to leave while patiently waiting for the attendant's news. He didn't show any strange expression. The next day, Fan Chen received the news that Sun Wen was leaving. He raised his eyebrows slightly, not knowing what this shameless old man was up to. After asking in detail, he found out that Sun Wen was really leaving. Fan Chen pretended to be confused. "Sir, you're the envoy representing the Duke of Lanting. You can come and go as you please. Why do you need my master's permission?" Sun Wen smiled on the surface, but he cursed in his heart. If he left without saying a word, Nie Liang's 400 feet long saber would fall on him the moment he ran 3 meters away. The more guilty he was, the more it proved that he had ulterior motives. Adhering to the principle of killing 1,000 wrongdoers, how could Nie Liang let Sun Wen go? Sun Wen said with a smile, "You're wrong. Duke Guangshan is an outstanding person. If the Lord finds out that this old man has disrespected Duke Guangshan, the Lord will definitely reprimand me when we return. This old man has lived for most of his life. Even if I can't say that I'm an expert, I still know the ways of the world. How could I not understand this?" He was very anxious, but on the surface he looked very relaxed, as if he would leave as soon as Nie Liang let him go. "I feel like old friends with you at first sight. I can't wait to drink with you and talk through the night." Fan Chen probed again. "It's a pity that I'm busy with worldly affairs and don't have a chance to get away. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Could it be that our army did not treat you well and neglected you?" 2 days ago, Sun Wen had treated Nie Ying as his home, but today he said he wanted to leave. How could it not arouse suspicion? Fan Chen had been ordered to probe Sun Wen, but he had failed to dig out anything useful. Naturally, he wouldn't let this matter rest. Sun Wen had a smile on his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. He said to Fan Chen, "You and I each serve different masters, right?" Fan Chen nodded and said half-truthfully, "It's a pity. One day, I want to be an official in the same court as Zidao. Perhaps there will be such a day." Sun Wen retorted nonchalantly. He said, "Since we each serve different masters, then you should be clear of this old man's position. Now that I'm still eating the fortune given by the Lord, I'm naturally doing my part. The 2 armies are about to go to war, and this old man's mission as an envoy has been completed. Duke Guangshan's attitude is clear, and it's obviously impossible for him to retreat. Why should this old man stay? Could it be that he would stay in Nie Ying and accidentally injure him when our army attacked?" Sun Wen's reason was beyond Fan Chen's imagination. The latter thought that Sun Wen would find a fancy excuse. Unexpectedly, the other party was so straightforward that Fan Chen had nothing to say in response. Yes, both of them served different masters, and the 2 armies were about to go to war. What was the use of Sun Wen staying in Nie Ying? Fan Chen restrained the stiff smile on his lips and said seriously, "This one will inform the Lord of this matter as soon as possible." Sun Wen cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, thank you." Fan Chen brought the message to Nie Liang, but Nie Liang didn't release him immediately. Instead, he deliberately delayed it for a night, and secretly sent people to keep an eye on Sun Wen and his men to see if they had any strange reactions. If they were in a hurry to leave but were detained, there would always be a flaw in their anxiousness. Unexpectedly, Sun Wen kept his composure, and didn't reveal any flaws for the entire night. The next day, he did what he was supposed to do and was once again picky about the food in the camp. On the evening of the 3rd day, Nie Liang really didn't find anything and finally let them go. Fan Chen personally led the troops to send them off. Seeing this, Sun Wen's heart turned slightly cold, but he still looked calm and composed without any flaws. Even if you escort a gentleman for 1,000 miles, you'll have to part in the end. Farewell. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds. It was vast and barren, making people feel a chill for no reason. Sun Wen smiled and cupped his hands to bid farewell to Fan Chen. He stepped on the stool and entered the carriage, secretly instructing the coachman. Walk slowly. There's no need to rush. Send people to keep an eye on the people behind. Fan Chen brought 500 soldiers, each riding a warhorse. It wouldn't take long to catch up with them. If Sun Wen hurriedly drove the carriage away, Fan Chen would catch up with him with his men and kill him on the spot. Even without lifting the curtain of the carriage to look back, Sun Wen could feel a pair of scorching eyes locked on him. He raised his hand to touch his chest. Not only could he feel a strong and active heartbeat, but he could also feel a small bump. The attendants had secretly obtained some medicinal dregs by bribing the kitchen soldiers. Sun Wen didn't dare to put the dregs in his carry-on luggage. Instead, he wrapped it up and stuffed it into the inner lining of his shirt. He noticed that someone had secretly touched their luggage last night, and the night before. Even though he was very cautious, Sun Wen still found some clues and became even more nervous. Advisor, they're still following. Sun Wen's heart skipped a beat. He asked how. The coachman said, they stop and walk. It doesn't look like they're going to kill anyone. Sun Wen said, pass down the order. Don't act rashly. Just pretend that they don't exist and move forward at this speed. Although he said so, the enemies behind them were like the black and white impermanents holding the soul-binding chains, floating quietly beside them. Who wouldn't be nervous? After following them for a quarter of an hour, Fan Chen found that Sun Wen was still able to keep his composure. Most of his doubts disappeared. Let's go back. Fan Chen sighed. If we're fated, we'll meet again. He covered up the fact that he followed Sun Wen and planned to kill him with a cloth. He didn't want to kill Sun Wen. He just couldn't bear to part with his good friend, which was why he kept stopping and seeing him off. Go. Fan Chen turned his head back to take a look, then unwillingly turned his horse around. Chapter 1459. Bai Ning was the one who came to help Sun Wen. Although Bai Ning was a warrior recommended by Wuxia, he had started accumulating military merits from the bottom of the military camp. Now he had made a name for himself. He was appointed to help Sun Wen, which showed Jiang Pingji's trust in him. Counselor. Bai Ning had been waiting there every day. Today he finally saw a figure on the horizon. His nerves immediately tensed up. When they got closer, the scouts confirmed that they were Sun Wen's men and hurried forward to welcome them. Sun Wen's face was pale, and his forehead was sweating. He felt relieved when he saw Bai Ning. Where is the Lord now? Sun Wen stepped on the stool and realized that his legs were weak. His shirt was drenched in sweat. He could not help but smile bitterly. He was old and could not take fright. After the confrontation, his heart was in his throat. He was sweating all over, but he finally calmed down. The Lord is discussing in the tent. Bai Ning saw that he did not look well and said, Counselor, why don't you rest for a while? You look. Sun Wen was an old man in his 50s. Even though he ate black sesame every day to maintain his health, most of his hair had turned gray. The wrinkles on his face were getting deeper and deeper. After the shock, his face was as pale as a sheet. He looked very scary, as if he would faint in the next second. No, I can still hold on. General, you don't have to be so careful. Sun Wen rested for a while before his weak legs regained their strength. Looking at the familiar flag fluttering in the sky above the camp, an emotion called peace gradually welled up in his heart. Sun Wen took a deep breath, shook his long sleeves, and returned to his usual appearance. Grandfather. Before entering the commander's tent, Sun Wen heard his grandson Lan Lan's voice. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that his grandson, who had become much darker, smiled at him. Why are you here? Sun Wen frowned. Although he spoiled his grandson, he knew the situation. This was the military camp. To Sun Lan, too much spoiling and care was definitely not love, but harm. Sun Lan stepped forward and bowed to Sun Wen and Bai Ning. He smiled and said, I'm working here. Because of their age, Jiang Pingji threw Sun Lan and Feng Yi to deal with trivial matters. Although they were all trivial matters, they could also be used to train them. It was the first time for these two young gentlemen, who had grown up in a honeypot, to experience the battlefield. Sun Wenhu said with a straight face, "How can there be grandfathers and grandsons here? Only the subordinates of the higher-ups are left." Sun Lan's little face fell, and she gave a pitiful "Oh." "What's in your arms?" Sun Wen asked. Sun Lan said, "I've just sorted out the military affairs to send to the Lord for review." The corner of Sun Wen's mouth twitched. It took him quite a while to restrain the urge to give his grandson a piece of candy. "Hurry up and go," Sun Wen said. "Since it's a military matter, it must be sent to the Lord's desk as soon as possible, no matter how urgent it is." Sun Lan had never seen such a stern grandfather before, and was immediately intimidated. She hugged the stack of documents in her arms and jogged to the commander's tent. Sun Wen gritted his teeth and said resentfully, "This kid." Fortunately, it was just an ordinary military matter. If it was a major military matter, this brat would have committed a grave mistake. Bai Ning said, "Why are you so angry, counselor? This general has heard that the previous lord also praised Sun Xiao Langjun and Feng De Lang. Although the two of them are young, they are very disciplined in handling matters. If they train for a few years, they will definitely become capable officials." Sun Wen said, "Capable officials? Capable officials are not cabbages sold on the street. Lan Lan is still far from that." Bai Ning smiled and said nothing. The two entered the tent one after the other. Jiang Pingji was indeed in a meeting. Sun Lan was sitting in a corner and listening carefully. Feng Zhen's son, Feng Yi, was sitting in a corner behind Jiang Pingji and was recording something. Feng Yi was recording the contents of the meeting, such as who said what. He did not need to miss a word, but he could not deviate from the original meaning. Sun Wen stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, my lord. I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you and have returned with important evidence." Jiang Pingji naturally remembered why Sun Wen had gone to the Nye camp. She hurriedly asked, "What's the result?" Sun Wen took out a small bag of medicinal dregs and said, "According to my many investigations, Niel Yang's body is already like an arrow at the end of its flight. He eats less than half of a normal person's 3 meals a day. Apart from that, he must drink a bowl of medicine every meal. This is the dregs after the medicine is brewed." "How much is half of a normal person's diet?" "A normal man needs to eat 1.5 to 2 caddies a day. The elites in the military camp eat even more to ensure their body's nutritional needs. According to the standards of the audience in the streaming room, this amount is enough for each meal. What they don't know is that most people in the military camp eat wheat rice to satisfy their hunger. There are very few side dishes, so the proportion of staple food is high. According to Niel Yang's eating standards, even if he is healthy, he will get sick." Among the people in the camp, only Wei Ci was proficient in pharmacology. He took the medicinal dregs from Sun Wen and sniffed them. After a while, he pinched a little and put it in his mouth to try. Wei Ci had been weak and sickly since he was a child. He could not live without medicine. After he grew up, he also needed to take care of his body with traditional Chinese medicine. His tongue was extremely sensitive. He could tell which medicine was in the dregs with just a little taste. Wei Ci borrowed a pen and ink to copy the medicine in the dregs and passed it to everyone. The medicine is fierce and the dosage is extremely heavy. If it is for treatment, taking it a few times is enough. However, it is said that it is to prolong his life with strong medicine. Wei Ci said calmly, "From this, it seems that Niel Yang's health is not optimistic." Qiguan Rang did not understand pharmacology, but he knew that there were a few medicines that would not appear in the regular prescriptions because the medicine was too fierce. Qiguan Rang was well aware of what it meant once the doctor prescribed these medicines. "Zixiao, in your opinion, how long does Niel Yang have to live?" Jiang Pingji glanced at it and put the paper aside. Wei Ci said, "Half a year. He needs to rest and recuperate. It is not advisable to think too much and not to be overjoyed or angry, otherwise. It is not advisable to think too much and not to be overjoyed or angry." Jiang Pingji curled her thin lips and said with a smile, "This seems a little difficult." Wei Xi pursed his lips and did not speak. Oh Shiji. I've confirmed it with your eyes. He is not someone to be trifled with. Hurenren. Sinister face. The streamer is clearly telling others that she wants Nieliang to think too much and be overjoyed or angry. Tongmeng. Being angry is enough. It is impossible for him to be overjoyed. How can the streamer be so kind and let him be overjoyed? Looking at this scene, many of the salted fish faintly had the illusion of taking the side of the evildoer. Blue Drawer. Every time I see the streamer smile like a villain, I suspect that she is actually a villain and does not leave the protagonist a way out. Chapter 1460. Jiang Pingji glanced at the bullet screen and found it funny. Not to mention carrying crystals, even if she carried spring water, she could still defeat the so-called protagonist. Zidao is convinced that Nieliang will die soon, so let's discuss how to make him overthink. And shocked and angry? Jiang Pingji said with a smile. Feng Yi, who was taking notes, shook his wrist. The ink on the tip of his pen dripped onto the paper, forming black spots. Do I have to record this too? Feng Yi's expression showed that he was struggling. Seeing that his uncle was used to it, he chose to record it truthfully after some hesitation. If this content was passed down to future generations, his lord's noble image would be destroyed. He might even be labeled as sinister and cunning. Feng Yi's pen flew as he carefully recorded everyone's words and expressions. The more he listened, the more puzzled he became. When the meeting came to an end, Feng Yi privately asked Qiguan Rang, "Military counselor, there's something I'm not clear about." Before Feng Yi went with the army, Feng Zhen secretly asked Qiguan Rang to take care of him. He also told Feng Yi that if there was anything he didn't understand, he could ask Qiguan Rang for help. Feng Yi naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. Qiguan Rang gently waved his jade fan and opened his eyes slightly. He asked, "What is it that you don't understand? Since Nieliang doesn't have much time left, why don't our army defend Zhanjiang Pass and delay for half a year?" Feng Yi was puzzled. "Just now, from what my lord said, it's clear that you want to gather the army and take the initiative to confront the Nie family. Won't our army suffer great losses?" Qiguan Rang said. "Your idea is correct, but you forgot to consider the internal situation of the Nie family." When Feng Yi heard this, he quickly put on a posture of listening attentively. In an instant, his eyes lit up. Qiguan Rang said, "After Zhongzhou was destroyed, the Nie family recruited troops at the fastest speed. They stabilized the situation while using their connections and prestige to recruit talents and families for their own use. However, not everyone was wholeheartedly convinced by the Nie clan. A considerable number of people follow the crowd. They have other thoughts in their hearts, but the Nie family is powerful and they have no choice but to rely on it. To put it bluntly, the Nie family's internal forces are messy and the people are not united. If Nieliang dies suddenly and the front line loses, the Nie family will inevitably have internal strife and fall apart. To make an analogy, the Nie family was a magnet that forcibly absorbed the metal fragments around it. Once the magnetic force was gone, wouldn't those metal fragments be free? The longer Nieliang lives, the more stable the Nie family will be. He will also have more time to pave the way for his successor. Even if he suddenly dies, his successor can stabilize the situation, which is extremely disadvantageous to our army. Qiguan Rang continued. If our army defends Zhanjiang Pass to the death, the morale of the Nie army will not be affected and will remain high. Even if Nieliang suddenly dies, they will be able to survive for a while by relying on this morale. Feng Yi tried her best to listen, slowly sorting out her thoughts. What you mean is that the Nie clan is currently in a state of crisis. Once Nieliang dies, the morale of the Nie army will plummet, and the forces in the rear will also be in turmoil. The large and small forces that were originally attached to the Nie clan will become disloyal. If it can be broken into pieces, my lord will be able to lead the army to nibble away at it one by one? Qiguan Rang laughed. That's about it. Feng Yi's guess was confirmed, and a bold idea popped into her mind. My lord intends to use this opportunity to enter Zhongzhou. Not only did he want to swallow Yang Tao and beat In Shui to death, but he also wanted to get a piece of the cake that was the Nie family of Zhongzhou. That will happen sooner or later. Qiguan Rang's expression was indifferent. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. He said, if the Nie clan can be broken into pieces in one fell swoop, then taking over most of Zhongzhou will be as easy as pie. My lord changed his mind at the last minute because of this idea. Feng Yi instantly understood and bowed to Qiguan Rang in thanks. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, my military advisor. Qiguan Rang showed a rare smile. He said, you are more sensible than your father. Feng Zhen acted like a big boss when asking for help. He wasn't as sensible as his son. Sun Wen returned to the headquarters without any mishap. The two armies were facing each other with Zhanjiang Pass as the boundary. The atmosphere was tense. At the same time, in the territory of the Nie clan in Bian Prefecture, Ayang, let me tell you a piece of good news. Father has allowed me to go to the battlefield. Nie Qing had thought that he could only squat in the rear to handle trifling matters. He didn't expect that his father's messenger would come to pick him up. Ever since he was young, Nie Qing had always looked up to his father, Nie Liang, as a role model. He hoped to gain his father's approval and praise. Unfortunately, his aptitude was poor and he couldn't reach his father's standards. This time, Nie Liang had led the troops into battle, but Nie Qing had been ordered to stay in the rear to hold the fort. He had been disappointed for a while. When Nie Yang heard this, he suddenly opened his slightly narrowed eyes, a look of shock and horror on his face. Why did uncle suddenly change his mind? Didn't he just tell you to guard the rear? Although Nie Yang asked this, his mind was spinning in circles. Calling Nie Qing to the front lines at this time naturally wasn't, because Nie Qing was capable. It was most likely because Nie Liang's health wasn't good. If anything happened to Nie Liang on the battlefield, Nie Qing could stabilize the situation as the heir and take over military power. With a thought, Nie Yang understood the intention of Nie Liang's action. Nie Qing said, Father must have his reasons for doing this. Nie Yang cupped his hands and smiled. Then little brother will congratulate elder cousin and wait for your triumphant return. Nie Qing said, there's no need to wait for my triumphant return. You can come with me. Nie Yang was shocked and said embarrassedly, Uncle wants you to go. It's not good for little brother to go as well. Nie Qing said, why not? I could somewhat guess my father's intentions. If the situation is really that bad, it'll be dangerous for Ayang to stay here. Why don't you come with me to the front lines? Although I can't compare to father, I can still protect you. If something happened to Nie Liang, there would be a lot of internal strife in the Nie family. Nie Yang was usually close to him. If he stayed on the family land, he might be mistakenly killed as his trusted aide. After thinking about it, it was safest to bring Nie Yang with him. At the very least, there were more than 200,000 soldiers at the front lines. As long as he had military power, those thieves would have to think twice before making a move. Nie Yang was silent for a while. He was moved. Thank you, elder cousin. At this time, the system laughed coldly. Nie Qing and Nie Liang aren't here, so you can make a move. If you go to the front lines with Nie Qing, what will happen to the big and small forces you've secretly recruited? Nie Yang was too egoistic. He changed plans without any discussion. The system hated the feeling of being out of control. Nie Yang laughed coldly. The older he grew, the more he felt that this thing was a hindrance. Say, if Nie Liang and Nie Qing both die on the battlefield, who will be the only one who can stand up and stabilize the situation? Chapter 1461. Fortunately, the Lord loves to repair roads. Otherwise, this batch of supplies would only arrive a few days later. Knowing that the first batch of supplies had arrived at the front line, Feng Zhen and the others hurriedly sent people to receive them. They were busy counting the supplies and checking the accounts. After confirming that there was no mistake, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. His lord was capricious and changed her mind at the last minute. This caused the frontline defense equipment to be insufficient. Once they adopted a defensive formation, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Feng Zhen and the others had been on tenterhooks for a few days, afraid that the enemy would find out what was going on. They hadn't slept well at all. Now that their supplies had arrived, they were more confident. A faint smile appeared on Yang Xi's haggard face. He said, "My lord always says, if you want to be rich, you have to build roads first." Her words are crude, but the truth is not. Usually, there was no war to fight, and the flat roads were convenient for the people to travel. Once the war started, the rations would be able to reach the front lines faster than the soldiers. This was extremely important to the front line, which was constantly changing. After settling the matter of returning the supplies to the warehouse, Fu Wang gathered everyone to discuss countermeasures. Zhangzhou was Yang Tao's base camp. The waterways here were developed, thus it would be extremely difficult for outsiders, who were not familiar with the terrain, to attack. Of course, if one wasn't good at water battles, even if one was familiar with the land and waterways, one wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Fengzhen said, "Our lord is also an expert in preparing for a rainy day. He poached Qi Kuang from Yang Jian long ago. Otherwise, this battle would not have been easy to fight." During the alliance meeting at Huangshui, Fengzhen had recommended Qi Kuang to Jiang Pingji. Since she couldn't directly ask Yang Jian for Qi Kuang, she used the excuse of borrowing someone to watch the show, to borrow Qi Kuang. Until now, she had no intention of returning him. Qi Kuang trained the navy diligently for Jiang Pingji for many years. As a man of action, Qi Kuang only knew how to bury his head in training and never claimed credit. He didn't disappoint the Lord's trust in him, so he didn't have much of a presence these past few years. However, this couldn't erase Qi Kuang's contributions. His efforts over the years were also valuable. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have won the battle against the northern borderline so easily, let alone establishing their position as the overlord of the north. Moreover, they were in Zhangzhou, where the water was developed, so water battles were inevitable. If a group of landlubbers were to fight in the water, it would be the same as sending their heads to the enemy. What was the point of fighting? Even if they sharpened their blades just before the battle, the casualties would still be very heavy. Yang Xi smiled and said, "I don't agree with other things, but I have to admit this." Qi Kuang replied humbly. He didn't think that this could be considered his own contribution. If it wasn't for his lord's trust and support over the years, he wouldn't be where he was today. Most of Jiang Pingji's territory was in the north. There was almost no need for water battles. Training the navy was also a waste of time and energy. The navy was not easy to train, and the amount of effort and cost was unimaginable to outsiders. Qi Kuang knew very well that there were people who had long been dissatisfied with the navy, thinking that the useless navy took up too much military resources. This is the credit of the Lord and the entire army. How can I be the only one to blame for this? Qi Kuang smiled shyly, then he changed the topic and said, "The waterways in Zhangzhou are well developed. In the past, water bandits ran amok, but Yang Jian led his men to clean them up, so they stopped for a while. After that, the world was in chaos, and the number of pirates only increased. Yang Tao's energy was mainly focused on Nansheng, so he reckoned that he would not be able to put in all his forces to deal with the water bandits in Zhangzhou. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it's feasible." Fu Wang said, "Why don't you share it so that the military advisors can help you analyze it?" Qi Kuang said, "Although I'm from Zhangzhou and my ancestors have dealt with the water for generations, I'm not as familiar with it as the pirates. If Yang Tao can't completely subdue them, we might as well send some navy to capture some of them, and find out the situation in the water from them. In some places, the water was deep and the current was rapid. In some places, the water was shallow and it was easy to hit the rocks." Even though Qi Kuang had grown up by the water, he didn't dare to say that he knew every part of the water in Zhangzhou. He had experience in water battles. In the past, he had followed Yang Jian in hundreds of water battles, big and small, and he had a set of experience in dealing with the pirates. If he sent the navy to capture the pirates, it wouldn't take much effort. Fu Wang and the others agreed to this suggestion. They had the Great Universal Geographical Map, but the map was extremely simple. The water was also a few rough lines. If they were to really fight with Yang Tao, this kind of map wouldn't be of much use. If they could find some pirates who knew their background, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to figure out the water route. Of course, it would be even better if he could subdue all of the water bandits. More than half a month before the war broke out, Yang Tao had been praying for Yan Lin's return. How's the preparation going? Yan Lin had just returned. He didn't even have time to change his clothes. He immediately went to Yang Tao to ask about the situation. Before he went to Zhongzhou, he prepared a backup, external brain for Yang Tao. It was a strategist named Qian Su. Qian Su and Yan Lin were good friends when they were young. They shared the same interests and had kept in touch all these years. Years ago, Yan Lin helped Yang Tao seize power from the fake emperor, Prince Changshu. If it wasn't for Qian Su, who secretly supported him and used his family's power to help him, he wouldn't have succeeded. During Yan Lin's absence, Qian Su assisted Yang Tao in managing the internal affairs of the company. She also made sure that the logistics and war preparations were perfect. Everything is ready, Qian Su said. Xiaoyang, do you want to check it out? How can I not trust you? Yan Lin said. What's my lord's attitude towards this war? Qian Su said. My lord is enthusiastic about the war, but those people under him have other intentions. The structure of Yang Tao's subordinates was complicated. Some of them were old men from Zhangzhou, while others were from Nansheng. Compared to the former, who were loyal, the latter were more like opportunists. They saw that Jiang Pingji was powerful. She sent more than 200,000 elites to the border. They were scared before the war even started. Their fighting spirit was low. Qian Su had been worrying about this for the past few days. Yan Lin said, I expected it. Those people didn't care whether Yang Tao won or lost. They only cared about their own interests. Qian Su said, What do you think about the outcome of this war, Xiaoyang? Yan Lin answered without hesitation, My army is at a disadvantage, but it won't be easy for Lu Shi to win. Yang Tao's troops had suffered too many losses on the battlefield in Nansheng. His supplies and rations were almost depleted. Before he could catch his breath, Jiang Pingji had sent troops to suppress him. The situation was very disadvantageous to him. However, Yan Lin didn't think that Yang Tao would lose because of these disadvantages. Zhangzhou's terrain was special. The water ran through the whole territory. If they wanted to conquer this place, they had to fight in the water. Qian Su said, Yes, most of Lu Shi's troops are northerners. They're not good at swimming. Yan Lin smiled bitterly and said, That's not necessarily true. What do you mean? Yan Lin said. I'm afraid you don't know this. During the alliance meeting at the Huang River, Lu Shi used the excuse of borrowing a centurion from the old lord. The centurion was inconspicuous, but after observing him for a long time, Yan Lin realized that he was quite talented. He could be put in an important position when the time was right. Unexpectedly, he was borrowed and hasn't been returned. Chapter 1462. The Navy can't be trained in 2 or 3 years. There are few waters in the north. The difference between a small river and a big river is huge. Qian Su was quite optimistic about this. A group of soldiers training in a small river can at most learn how to swim. How can they fight like a navy? There was a huge difference between water battles and land battles. The training ground was different, and so were the training results. Most of Jiang Pingji's territory was in the north. Although there were big rivers in the north, most of them were rapid and not wide enough to train the navy. No matter how capable Qi Kuang was, would he be able to train a qualified navy under the circumstances where he lacked facilities? Yan Lin said, That's what I thought, but after studying the battles that Lu Shi has experienced over the years, I feel that the world has underestimated her. The most typical example is the battle at the Yi River in the north borderline. The north borderline was originally a vast grassland. There were also the Gobi glaciers, swamps, and deserts. Logically speaking, it was the best place for cavalry to fight. It should have been the home ground for the north borderline. However, the first battle between the north borderline and Lu Shi was a water battle. Although the inside story of the water battle was complicated, it couldn't hide the humor in it. It should have been the home ground for the cavalry to charge at each other, but it turned out to be a jaw-dropping water battle. The Yi River is 5 miles wide. If we train the navy here, it won't be as effective as training on a river, but it's not that bad. The Yi River was the largest river in the north borderline. It originated from the far north and crossed the entire north borderline. There were many tributaries that fed countless people in the north borderline. Although Yanlin hadn't seen the Yi River in its entirety, he could imagine it. It should be the best place to train the navy. Qiansu frowned again when he heard that. If Lu Shi can even make up for this weakness, then her navy. Qiansu couldn't come to a conclusion, but he could guess that Jiang Pingji's navy was not a paper tiger. Not only did they have the advantage in numbers, but they also had the ability to fight. What are the chances of our army winning? He remembered correctly that Yanlin had said that Yang Tao had a chance of winning. Navy battles are different from ordinary soldiers. Not only do they need a long period of training, but they also need to accumulate a certain amount of battle experience. When Lu Shi was fighting in the north, he had only fought on the water once or twice. The navy was very inexperienced. The waters of Zhangzhou are complicated. They've just arrived, so they don't know anything about the water routes, weather changes, and river conditions. Yanlin lowered his eyes and said, "We might have a chance of winning if we add in a good reason." Qiansu trusted Yanlin, so she was more confident after hearing his words. However, if Zhangzhou is accidentally lost? Qiansu asked a very unpleasant question. Yanlin said, "If Zhangzhou falls, Lu Shi will be able to bring his troops down the river and attack Nansheng. Do we even need to talk about the result? If they lost the battle in Zhangzhou, it would not be easy for Yang Tao to make a comeback. After all, Jiang Pingji wasn't the only enemy who coveted them. There was also the treacherous In Shui. There was Jiang Pingji, the ferocious tiger, in front of him, and In Shui, the hungry wolf, behind him. Yang Tao was a pitiful person with a sandwiched heart. While everyone else was confused and worried about their future, Yang Tao ate, drank, and slept well. His daily routine was to wake up, get dressed, wash up, eat, watch the Navy's training, deal with official documents, and be busy until the moon was high in the sky. Then he would go home to eat and play with his wife and son. Yin Shuxian had a belly full of worries, but when she saw her husband doing what he was supposed to do, she suddenly felt powerless, as if she had punched cotton. What are you worried about? Your husband won't be unable to protect you and your son. Yang Tao turned sideways to face her. Between the two of them was the babbling baby. The child grew up very quickly. He was fair, plump, and good-natured. He smiled when he met people. It was Yang Tao's first time being a father, so it was naturally refreshing. Yin Shuxian said, "I'm not worried about this. As long as I'm with you. It doesn't matter whether it's the world of the living or the underworld. Don't say such inauspicious things. The child has weak yang energy. Be careful not to provoke unclean things." Yang Tao made a few childish sounds and said, "But your husband has strong yang energy. Why don't you come closer? Don't worry about evil things, they can't come close to you and your son." Yin Shuxian was speechless. Yang Tao played with the baby for a while, then let out a long sigh and said, "Although you and Xiaoyang didn't say it, your husband knows very well. If we hadn't joined the Nansheng alliance to fight against the 4 factions of Nanman, we wouldn't have to be afraid of Lu Shi. Now that our strength has been greatly damaged, it's hard to predict our chances of winning." He knew very well, but he was the lord and the backbone of everyone. He couldn't be afraid of a battle. In today's world, one couldn't withdraw just because one didn't want to fight. Yang Tao not only had to be responsible for himself and the people under his rule, but he also had to be responsible for those who had followed him loyally. They didn't want to admit defeat, so Yang Tao couldn't have such thoughts. Yin Shuxian was stunned, and her expression was complicated. "What do you think, my husband?" Yang Tao said. "What else can I think? Let's fight. Whether we win or lose, it doesn't matter. Whether we win or lose, we just have to give it our all." He was a generous person, and he didn't have a strong obsession with winning or losing. If it wasn't for Yanlin's support, he wouldn't have gotten to where he was today. "In the past, my dream was to be a knight-errant who would help the weak and punish evil," Yang Tao said calmly. "After my father passed away, I had no one to rely on. That's when I realized how childish I was. Fortunately, I wasn't alone. I had Xiaoyang to support me. After I got rid of the fake emperor and avenged my father, I had an idea. I can let anyone down, but Xiaoyang can't be disappointed. As long as Yan Lin still wanted to work hard, Yang Tao wouldn't give in even if he had to sacrifice his life. Yan Shuxian said, "My husband and big brother's friendship is enviable. In any case, we grew up together in open crotch pants. He risked his life for me. How can I let him down?" Yang Tao smiled. "Now that I have the two of you, your husband will try his best to arrange a way out for the two of you." Yan Shuxian sighed softly and didn't say anything. She hugged the child in her arms tightly and leaned against his chest. She wanted to be optimistic, but she couldn't help but think too much about the current situation. Even though Yang Tao said he would protect her and the child, she didn't think life would be interesting without him. For a loving couple, it took a lot of courage to live after losing the other half. The next day, Yang Tao woke up on time when the sky was just starting to brighten. He got up carefully and touched the baby's diaper. He found that the baby had wet the bed. He hurriedly asked the maid to bring him clean water and a towel. The baby had a bad temper. He would cry whenever he felt uncomfortable. The nanny couldn't calm him down no matter how hard she tried. Only his mother would comfort him. In order to let his wife sleep a little longer, Yang Tao could only sleep lightly. He woke up at night and peed the baby. As a father, I guess that's how I feel. He hoped that he could find a stable place for the child to grow up. Chapter 1463. The waters of Zhangzhou were crisscrossed, and water bandits ran amok all around. The local people suffered greatly. When Yang Jian was still around, all the water bandits' strongholds in Zhangzhou had been raided by him. Every time, he would take the lead and beat the water bandits until they cried for their parents. Who knew how many people he had helped escape from the bandits' persecution? Because of this, Yang Jian's reputation in Zhangzhou was extremely high. After he was killed by Zhao Xiao, thousands of people mourned for him. Yang Tao was able to firmly occupy Zhangzhou, remove the fake emperor, and lead a group of loyal officials to Nansheng. His father, Yang Jian, played a huge role. When Yang Jian died, some people felt sad and regretful, but there were also people who celebrated and applauded. These people were not only Yang Jian's political enemies, but also the water bandits he had suppressed. The water bandits near the Zhangzhou watershed were not simple bandits. Some were forced to become bandits, but most were hereditary. Their ancestors were water bandits who kidnapped women to be their wives and forced them to give birth to children. When the children grew up, they inherited their father's occupation, raiding houses, robbing merchant ships, oppressing the people, and kidnapping women to give birth to their children. Because the number of water bandits increased, they were emboldened. At their peak, they even colluded with the local government. The prefectural officials secretly enjoyed the water bandits' tributes and turned a blind eye to their actions. Some officials and soldiers who accepted bribes would even leak information to the water bandits. After a few generations, the water bandits had become a malignant tumor attached to Zhangzhou. Yang Jian was an upright person who could not tolerate anything, so he did not care about their tributes or bribes. In his life, he had fought hundreds of battles, big and small, and destroyed hundreds of water bandits. The number of water bandits that died under his blade was uncountable. Some water bandits were stubborn, and the weeds on their graves were 2 meters tall. Others admired Yang Jian and were convinced by him. They willingly became his subordinates and fought with him. Yang Si sat on the deck and sighed. It's such a pity that such a good man died in the hands of a villain like Zhao Xiao. Mountains rose and fell on both sides of the river, and the mountains were filled with mist. The river wind blew, filling his wide sleeves and messing up his hair. For some reason, he felt like he was ascending to immortality. He stretched comfortably, looking as if he was enjoying himself, but his words carried a hint of malice. Zhao Xiao, that despicable man. I let him off easy back then, Yang Si said. If it weren't for him, a good man like Yang Jian wouldn't have died in vain. Be it in troubled times or prosperous times, people like Yang Jian were always worthy of praise. Senior Yang Jian is indeed a hero. Li Yun nodded in agreement. He said, It's a pity that we were not fated to meet. We only met a few times back then. Li Yun and Yang Si were dressed in luxurious clothes. The latter looked like a pampered gentleman who was ignorant of worldly affairs. while the former looked like a comfortable and wealthy master of a wealthy family. The reason they were acting like this was naturally to act as bait for the nearby water bandits to rob them. It was just that the pirates in the nearby waters were elusive and did not make any movements. Since they were bored, they pestered Qi Kuang to tell them about the famous people in Zhangzhou to kill time. Qi Kuang's favorite idol was his former boss, Yang Jian. He looked at Yang Jian with a 1-meter-thick filter. He started from the story of the other party's youth and talked nonstop for 2 hours. Because of this, Yang Si and Li Yun sighed with emotion. To lure the water bandits into the trap, Li Yun and the rest disguised themselves as a team of businessmen. Afraid that the water bandits would not be well informed or would not take the bait, they even spread the news that they would bring 100,000 don of rations to Zhangzhou to be sold at a high price, earning a windfall from war. Some of the water bandits who talked about righteous bandits and thieves have their own principles, hated these kinds of businessmen the most. They would rob them every time they came, and it was easy for them to take the bait. At first Li Yun was confused. He did not know the deeper meaning behind Qi Kuang's arrangement. Will they really take the bait? 100,000 don of rations is 100,000 don of rations. Why is there a need to emphasize shipping to Zhangzhou to be sold at a high price? Yang Si clicked his tongue and sneered. Han Mei, you don't understand. Even if they are water bandits, they are still human. Who doesn't care about their reputation? There is no profit to be made from robbing ordinary people, and they will even be scolded. There is no burden when robbing unscrupulous businessmen. Instead, they will feel that they are heroes who got rid of evil for the people. Those righteous bandits love to target merchants who are rich but have a bad reputation. They will earn a good reputation. When he said this, Li Yun understood. However, bandits are bandits. No matter what the person who was robbed did, it is a crime for bandits to rob things that do not belong to them. Would a group of bandits think that they are getting rid of evil for the people? Li Yun's brows furrowed so tightly that they could squash mosquitoes. No matter how many excuses they have, it is just a cover. Yang Si laughed heartily. Han Mei is right to think that way, but ordinary people are easy to deceive. Qi Kuang echoed. The military advisor is right. There are indeed many self-proclaimed, righteous bandits in the Zhangzhou River Basin. They specialize in robbing rich merchants and boast that they are robbing the rich to help the poor. They protect the local fishermen from being harmed by other bandits, so the fishermen who receive their kindness regard them as heroes. What's more, some fishermen take the initiative to inform the water bandits or erect longevity tablets in their homes to worship them. Li Yun shook his head. This is really strange. The people are too easy to deceive. Yang Si said. Han Mei, this story teaches us a principle. Guess what it is? Li Yun frowned and thought for a while, then said uncertainly, reputation? Yang Si smiled and clapped his hands. Yes, no matter what you do, you must use the tiger skin of a good reputation. As long as this reputation is strong enough, even if you commit murder, arson, rape, and plunder, the people will feel that what you did was right and good. They will applaud and cheer for you. Li Yun said. Teacher, you are teaching bad people. Yang Si smiled and said. Teaching bad people? Is it my turn to teach this? Turn your head and look at our Lord. This is what an expert should be like. When had his Lord not done the same thing when she did something bad? Li Yun's expression darkened. How can we talk about the Lord behind her back? Yang Si waved his hand. Even if the Lord heard it, she wouldn't have any objections. At this moment, Li Yun's sharp ears caught a sentence. No, she has a lot of objections. Li Yun roared. Who's hiding there? Oh my God, I've been discovered. Li Yun stood up abruptly and kicked open the door that was blocking his way. He grabbed the back of the collar like he was holding a cat, and pulled out the person hiding behind. Warrior, you have great arm strength. It was obvious that he had been caught red-handed, but not only did the person not feel guilty, he even applauded Li Yun. The little angel, Han Mei, was indeed an excellent man. His arm strength was enviable. He could lift a person weighing more than 100 kilograms just like that. Yang Si burst out laughing when he heard this. Li Yun blushed. Although Qi Kuang did not laugh, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Chapter 1464. The one caught by Li Yin was a fisherman's daughter. Her looks could only be said to be delicate and pretty, but her eyes were extremely lively and full of spirit. Li Yin and the rest pretended to be merchants, but they could not use warships. They could only spend money to borrow a civilian boat from the nearby fishermen. They also borrowed a few fishermen who had been fishing nearby for generations to lead the way. In order to prevent the fishermen from leaking the news, they did not tell them their true identities. This woman was eavesdropping from the boat. Li Yin was annoyed and increased the strength of his grip. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Angel Han Mei, please spare my dog life. I've been your fan for 6 years. The fisherwoman was in so much pain that tears flowed out of her eyes. But these words sounded like this to everyone else. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Little angel, beep, beep. Spare my dog life. At least let the baby bleep, 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 bleep. Li Yin. He didn't use much strength, did he? What dialect are you speaking? Li Yin did not know what a silencer was, but he did not sense any malice from the fisherwoman. Instead, there was a strange sense of intimacy. The fisherwoman said, Can you let me go first? If you're afraid that I'll jump into the water and escape, why don't you tie me up with a rope? Li Yin. Yangxi asked, Do you really want to be tied up? The fisherwoman said, It's Han Mei's binding play. These words were silenced when they reached the ears of the crowd. Other than beep beep, there were no other words. This person was undoubtedly the lucky emperor of this round of Dream of 1,000 Years. He was a man on the inside, but on the outside he was a girl. After she became a fisherman's daughter, she cried for a while. She never expected to see Li Yin, Yangxi, and Qi Kuang. If she was not in the cabin, the fisherwoman really wanted to take off her clothes and run to express her joy. There were so many lucky people in Dream of 1,000 Years, but so far he was the only one who had truly come into contact with the little angel under the host's account. The living little angel Han Mei, the living little foodie Rongrong, the living. Qi Kuang didn't really understand, but it was still a pleasant surprise. Because she was lucky, Jiang Pingji clearly heard Yangxi and the others ridiculing her. That was why the fisherwoman muttered, No, she has an opinion, because he saw Jiang Pingji's bullet screen. There were only 4 words. Yangxi hihi. Looking at these 4 words, the fisherwoman felt the host's mocking face appear in her mind. Translated, this sentence would go something like this. Yangxi, you single dog still want to get rid of your single status? I'll deal with you when we get back. Even though the fisherwoman posed no threat, Li Yin still used his gaze to ask Yangxi how he should deal with her. Should he kill her or lock her up? The fisherwoman was so happy that she did not notice the exchange between the two of them. Jiang Pingji, on the other hand, understood and signaled the fisherwoman to save herself. Through the screen of the live streaming room, the fisherwoman could treat Li Yin and the others as her idols, but Li Yin did not know that. He would only treat the fisherwoman as a threat and kill her. When she realized this, the fisherwoman shuddered. Li Yin released his shackles. He half knelt on the ground and hugged Li Yin's calf, wailing, Don't kill me, I'm innocent. Warrior, you might not believe me when I say this, but I'm actually a mountain ghost that has become a spirit in the nearby mountains. I've mischievously possessed this body. If you kill me, I won't die, but this pitiful little girl will die. Li Yin wanted to call for people to tie up the fisherwoman and lock her up, but he did not expect to hear these words. Mountain ghost. Li Yin held onto his sword with one hand and guarded against the fisherwoman who was hugging his leg. If he had the slightest intention of harming someone, Li Yin could cut him into 2 in an instant. Yes. The fisherwoman rolled her eyes and immediately said, I'm a mountain ghost that has become a spirit in the mountains. I know many things. Yangxi knew at a glance that she was lying. He frowned slightly. The fisherwoman cried miserably, tears and snot flowing down her face. Her hands that were hugging Li Yin were trembling in fear. She said tearfully, I know many things about building ships. Warrior, do you want to have a go? I'm really not a spy, nor am I anything else. I'm just a mountain ghost. I'm weak and helpless, but I can still eat. Warrior, please spare my life. This European emperor's family built ships. Not only was he wealthy, but he had no interest in inheriting his family until he encountered the live streaming room. In order to chase after his idol and become a big shot in the live streaming room, he changed his habits to learn relevant knowledge. This made his family cry in amazement. After chasing after his idol for so many years, he could not be compared to the old people in the industry, but the knowledge in his head was 10 streets ahead of this era. Yangtze said, "Are all mountain ghosts as weak as you?" The fisherwoman said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. So what if I'm a mountain ghost? Even mountain ghosts are afraid of people." As she spoke, the fisherwoman hugged Li Yun's leg tightly again. She wanted to rub half of her body against him. Li Yun's initial wariness turned into nervousness. Who could stand a strange woman touching his leg? This was harassment. The fisherwoman looked at Li Yun regretfully as he walked to the other side of the deck. "You're not going to kill me?" the fisherwoman asked. The corners of Yangtze's lips curled up. He said softly, "Not anymore." Not only did the fisherwoman not feel safe, but she also shivered involuntarily. Everyone who watched the live streaming room knew that Yangtze was a deranged black sesame bun. He was the type that killed people without batting an eyelid. The fisherwoman shrank pitifully in a corner and said, "I can prove that I'm a mountain ghost." Yangtze mocked, "How? If I can prove it, will you let me live for more than 12 hours? After 12 hours, I'll leave. Don't make things difficult for me." Yangtze said, "Sure." He wanted to see how this person, who was full of lies, could prove it. As it turned out, she could prove it. She opened her mouth and said a lot of precious shipbuilding knowledge. Some of it was known to Qi Kuang, some were private collections passed down from generation to generation by shipbuilders, but most of the content was beyond the limits of this era. Qi Kuang asked after listening to one part, "Can it be done?" The fisherwoman said, "Of course it can." As her ancestors had dealt with ships for generations, the fisherwoman's house had many precious historical sites. He also looked up information related to naval warfare. These things were very precious to Qi Kuang and the rest. Current naval warfare was still at a more primitive stage. For example, they could use ships to collide with other ships or forcefully board the other party's ship to fight. In ancient naval warfare, the bow and arrow had an irreplaceable position. Archers used arrows to randomly shoot at enemy ships. The arrows would often come into contact with flammable substances and burn the enemy's ship. The advance and retreat of the entire army depended on the boatmen. Because the transmission of information was delayed, the response of the warship was often slower. In the absence of firearms, the quality of the warship directly determined the outcome of naval warfare. A sturdy and huge warship could completely crash and smash the enemy's small, broken boat into pieces. The warship on Jiangpingji's side was not considered bad, but it was not much better. If the warship was used to collide with the enemy's warship, it would be scrapped after a few hits. However, the fisherwoman's suggestion gave Qi Kuang a different train of thought. Even if it was just a verbal suggestion, Qi Kuang knew that if the fisherwoman's suggestion came to fruition, his army would have a great advantage in the battle on the water, and they would be able to reduce many casualties. Yangtze stood up and bowed to the fisherwoman. The fisherwoman was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. QEQ. Chapter 1465. You, what are you doing? Don't scare me, I'm very timid. I usually scream when I see a cockroach. The fisherwoman was confused by Yangtze's action, but she knew how difficult Yangtze was to deal with. She dared not offend him. Seeing the fisherwoman's reaction, the salted fishes wished they could climb into the screen and accept Yangtze's bow for her. They had been following the livestream for so many years, but when had they ever seen Yangtze like this? Hensheng Zhao. Don't be stunned, give me some reaction. Little Rongrong is thanking you. Zijuyue. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Show me your mountain ghost character. Don't be a coward. Yanhuang Huatsua. Little Rongrong thinks you're an otherworldly master. Take the opportunity to show off. Big brother, you won't get another chance like this. The group of salted fishes were anxious in front of the screen, but more were envious and jealous. King Linkson. I'm willing to use more than 100 caddies of authentic streaky pork from 6 of my roommates in exchange for a dream of 1,000 years. Don't be unsatisfied. I'll make a wish too. I'm willing to use the keyboard that Tang Chi used to copy and paste in exchange for a dream of 1,000 years. The salted fishes cheered happily while the fisherwoman clenched her fists nervously, not knowing how to react. I've offended you just now. Please forgive me, little lady. Yangtze said. This kindness is no different from the kindness of Huang Shigong in teaching me. Little lady. Even though she knew that little lady was a term for unmarried women in this era, the fisherwoman still blushed disappointingly. No, you don't have to apologize. I'm already very happy that you didn't kill me. The fisherwoman paused after saying that. She seemed to have thought of something as her eyes evaded. Then if you really want to thank me, can you help me fulfill 2 small wishes? The fisherwoman used her thumb and forefinger to make a short gesture, indicating that his wish was really not that great. Yangtze was not surprised. He said, as long as it's within my capabilities, and does not violate filial piety and benevolence, I will naturally do my best to help you fulfill your wishes. The fisherwoman said, can you let him call me little lady? He pointed at Li Yun. Even though he was a man, it did not stop him from liking the little angel Han Mei. He was a veteran fan of Li Yun's father's fan club. When Li Yun got married, he even generously threw money at him. Yangtze. What kind of wish was that? Li Yun was also confused. Was there a special title for little lady? Since it was just a greeting, Li Yun naturally wouldn't reject it. When he said the 3 words little lady, with a slight accent, the fisherwoman felt that her heart was blessed by Cupid and Yu Lao at the same time. He wanted to climb the wall and jump ship from his father's fan club to his girlfriend's group. There was a video recording in the streaming room. When he returned, he wanted to cut off the little lady that Yangtze and Li Yun were talking about and use it as his ringtone. Ahem, the second wish. The fisherwoman rubbed her hands nervously. Her flushed cheeks made Yangtze slightly suspicious. My second wish. Can I have your autographs? Yangtze raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Autograph? It's rare for me to come here, so I want to take something from my idol as a souvenir. The fisherwoman said pitifully, the mountain is very boring, and I can't stay in the human world for long. Do you know how rare it is for me to possess a body? Autograph as a souvenir. Yangtze was a little hesitant. He didn't know what she wanted to do with his autograph. If it was really a wild mountain spirit, Yangtze felt that it was somewhat unreliable based on the supernatural novels that he had read. On second thought, it wasn't hard to get their handwritten words. Yangtze had the habit of practicing calligraphy on a daily basis, so he didn't know how many useless manuscripts he had written. If this mountain spirit really had evil intentions, there were plenty of channels. There was no need to use such precious information as bait. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flew through his mind. After some consideration, Yangtze smiled and agreed. Although it was a personal autograph, Yangtze didn't write his name. Instead, he wrote a congratulatory message. He pretended to ask casually, "What's your name?" The fisherwoman subconsciously said her real name, but the system didn't allow it. After muting it, it turned into the ID of the streaming room. My name is Eating with Feet Buckled. Yangtze's hand paused, almost ruining the entire piece of paper. The fisherwoman also received the system's explanation. She suddenly had the urge to cry, but no tears came out. Damn it, of all the IDs, why did it have to be called Eating with Feet Buckled? Great, how embarrassing. Li Yun's gaze also changed. He said in surprise, "Why is there such a strange name like Eating with Feet Buckled?" It was fine if it was strange, but the key was that it was very wretched. Imagine herself sitting in front of the dining table, eating with chopsticks in her right hand and picking at her feet with her left. Her face instantly turned green. The fisherwoman wanted to cry, but no tears came out to cover up her lie. Mountain spirits are different from humans. Where we come from, we have names like Being in Love is Better Than Being Gay, and Naughty 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 Son. After all, it's a mountain spirit. Different customs and people are different. You have to understand. Yangtze looked at the mountain spirit with a honeyed and probing gaze. Even so, the fisherwoman still succeeded in getting the trio's autographs. Among the 3 of them, Yangtze's handwriting was the best. The fisherwoman couldn't tell what was so good about it. She only felt that the saying handwriting is like the person did not apply to Yang Si. Li Yun's handwriting was different from his temperament. Every stroke was free and unrestrained, while Qi Kuang was plain and ordinary. I want to frame them and pass them on to my future generations. Her only regret was that she couldn't get the others' autographs. It would have been great if he had transmigrated during the New Year's banquet. Most of the streamer's staff would have gathered, and she could have completed the entire illustrated handbook achievement in one go. Just as the fisherwoman finished speaking, the boats in front suddenly raised their guard. Yang Si's expression turned cold and he said, "They're here." The fisherwoman didn't know when they had arrived. After a while, she saw a dense group of unfamiliar boats approaching from the end of the river. The people on the boats looked fierce and she immediately had an ominous premonition. Li Yun told her to hide in the cabin. The water bandits were unreasonable existences. It wouldn't be good to accidentally injure him. There won't be any danger, right? The fisherwoman asked Li Yun nervously. Li Yun said, "They're just some water bandits." Because of Yang Si's arrangements, the water bandits knew that this was a big deal. Almost all the young and strong men of the water bandits were mobilized. There were more than 1,000 of them. Water bandits of this scale were considered above average among the water bandits, but 100,000 don of rations was worth mobilizing such a large force. Yang Si said, "Send someone to negotiate with them and test out their strength." To the outside world, the fleet was disguised as a merchant caravan. The people standing on the deck were either rough men in plain clothes or elderly boatmen. Although there were a few armed servants on the outer boats, they posed no threat to the water bandits. The water bandits said, "We don't want your lives, we only want your money. If you know what's good for you, leave your money and leave." Chapter 1466. Why would the water bandits agree? Wasn't the 100,000 don of rations transported to Zhangzhou to make a fortune? These unscrupulous merchants were willing to do anything in order to earn blood money. Instead of letting them harm the people with the rations, they might as well rob them to feed the thousands of brothers in the village. If they had not been well informed, suppressing the news and acting secretly, such a fat sheep would have been snatched away by someone else. Yang Si stood on the deck, waiting for the other party's reply. The water bandits' ships had already surrounded the fleet. The fisherwoman stuck her head out curiously and looked around. With the good vision of this body, she could see the figures of the water bandits in the distance. Usually she watched the live stream through the screen, so no matter how bloody the scene was, she could get used to it. Now that she was in the flesh, she panicked. To ease her nervousness and fear, the fisherwoman could only force herself to focus on the bullet screen. Because the fisherwoman had not transmigrated for a long time, everyone did not know that Yang Si was enforcing the law. Instead, they thought that Yang Si and the others were escorting rations to the front line. They did not expect to meet water bandits along the way and face the predicament of being robbed. Tudufeitio. We're done for. They're not friendly. The food transport fleet did not bring many soldiers. We're going to be robbed. Dung Hai Kwangma. It's fine if the rations are lost, but the people can't be harmed. Fireworks era. This is strange. Why do you think that the people in the cabin are rations and not people? Countless bullet screen comments flew by. The fisherwoman became more anxious the more she read. When she transmigrated, she was in the cabin. There were only about 10 guards, and the rest were sacks of rations. It was obvious that the other ships were in the same situation. The entire fleet probably did not have as many people as the water bandits. If they fought, they would lose. The fisherwoman bit her lips secretly, not knowing that the situation outside had changed again and again. The fleet deliberately showed weakness to encourage the water bandits, giving them the illusion that the fleet had more rations than people, so they were not a threat. Leader, don't talk nonsense with them. We can't afford to waste time. A small leader of the water bandits said. We're too big of a target. If we attract the attention of the nearby villages, it'll be difficult for us to take everything for ourselves. Why don't we try boarding the ship and see what's real? The leader of the pirates also thought the same. The longer this dragged on, the more trouble there would be. He immediately ordered his minions to approach the ships on the periphery, and forced their way onto the decks to rush into the cabins. The cabins were filled with bags of food. The lackeys were very arrogant. They kicked the guards who tried to resist into the water and shouted, "Boss, it's all food." The surrounding boats were all in the same situation. The leader of the pirates immediately gave the order. Seeing this, the corners of Yang Xi's lips curled up into a cold smile. The fisherwoman accidentally saw it, and she shuddered involuntarily. From the beginning to the end, Yang Xi did not show any signs of panic or confusion. He should have known that he had a card up his sleeve. They're coming. The fisherwoman saw the ferocious water bandits board the deck, and her heart beat like thunder. Her hands and feet became ice cold, and her face was completely drained of blood. Li Yin stood at the side and said in a deep voice, "Don't panic. Just watch." The fisherwoman could not help but widen her eyes as she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. The water bandits discovered that the ships on the periphery were all loaded with food. In a moment of excitement, their wariness was greatly reduced, and they did not discover the hidden danger. When the water bandits boarded the deck and entered the cabins, what they saw was not food, but a butcher's knife that had been waiting for them for a long time. Screams rose and fell. Before long, corpses fell into the water like dumplings, instantly dyeing the water red. Before the water bandits could react, Yang Xi ordered the boats to change positions and blocked their path, wrapping them up like dumplings. The water bandits were caught off guard. They had no way of putting up any effective resistance, and were instead slaughtered. They could not defeat the enemy, and there was no way to escape with their boats. Left with no choice, many of the water bandits chose to jump into the water. They had been around water since they were young and were very good swimmers. But Yang Xi did not plan on letting them go. Rows of archers shot arrows into the water. The fisherwoman witnessed all of this with her own eyes. The corpses on the water surface sank and floated up again. Fresh blood dyed the blue water scarlet. She was in a daze and did not notice that a water bandit had climbed onto the boat to launch a sneak attack. When Li Yin chopped the man into two, fresh blood sprayed all over his face and the water bandit's head rolled in front of him. Only then did the fisherwoman react. She screamed in fright. This was definitely not a good experience for the fisherwoman. He lived in a harmonious society where firearms were controlled. The bloodiest scene he had seen since he was young was when the husband of his neighbor in the countryside abused his wife, beating her until her face was swollen and her nose was black and blue as she wailed and screamed. To him, this was an extremely deep psychological trauma. He did not expect that after transmigrating, he would witness so many living people dying in front of his eyes. The fisherwoman was so frightened that tears flowed from her eyes, giving Li Yin a fright. As it was a fishing operation, the water bandits were caught off guard. Yang Xi did not have to pay much to obtain a great victory. Yang Xi said, "Interrogate them properly. If they are willing to work for us, spare their lives. If they can't, deal with them." Most of the water bandits were tough on the outside but weak on the inside. They were not hard to deal with and could be subdued with a little effort. Yang Xi was not very worried. On the contrary, the man who called himself Mountain Ghost was crying very miserably. His courage was even smaller than his daughter, who was not even 1 year old. "Why are you crying?" Yang Xi asked him. The fisherwoman took a while to recover. Her hands and legs were weak. Dead people. The fisherwoman did not know if she was lucky or unlucky. Not only did she meet Li Yin and the rest, but she also received their autographs and blessings. It should have been a good thing, but she did not expect so many water bandits to jump out in the next second and put on a one-sided massacre in front of her. Yang Xi said coldly, "In troubled times there are no places where people don't die." The fisherwoman had heard similar words from others when she watched the live stream. At that time, she felt it was rather cool, but now she felt exceptionally sorrowful. I thought killing people was against the law." Yang Xi sneered. That was during the Golden Age. In Golden Age, killing people is against the law. In troubled times, human life is less than grass. His observational skills were meticulous and he could more or less see some clues. Even though he did not know where Mountain Ghost came from, he did not look like an evil person. His living environment should be very simple. The fisherwoman held back her tears. At the same time, she felt a little fortunate. Fortunate that she had only transmigrated for 12 hours. Fortunate that there was no war in the era she lived in for some unknown reason. He seized the time to tell Qi Kuang and the rest what he felt would be useful. Qi Kuang listened attentively. Unknowingly, the moon and stars filled the sky outside. I've never seen such a beautiful starry sky. The fisherwoman sat on the deck and supported her body with her hands. She sighed with emotion. The system reminded her that the countdown had begun. Yangtze suddenly asked, "Since you're a mountain ghost, you can reach the heavens and the earth. Do you know if my master has any hope of attaining the throne?" The fisherwoman was lamenting the short time. When she heard this, she subconsciously retorted, "Besides her, who else could it be?" Chapter 1467. Seeing that Yangtze was rooted to the ground, the fisherwoman walked forward with a grin. She placed one hand on her waist and patted Yangtze's shoulder with the other. "Your master, my lord, is not an ordinary person. It's impossible for her to lose." She almost said the word streamer, but the fisherwoman stopped herself in time and changed her words. She was a big shot in the future world after all. If Jiang Pingji lost in a situation where she had the upper hand, wouldn't her reputation be undeserved? Yangtze didn't mind her actions and asked, "Is it destiny?" The fisherwoman wanted to agree, but he seemed to have thought of something. He shook his head and denied it, scaring Li Yin and Qi Kuang into silence. What did mountain ghost mean? Don't you think it's unfair to her and the souls of the heroes who died in battle to ascribe her merits all these years and the achievements of the soldiers who died along the way to the word destiny? The fisherwoman said, "At the end of the day, didn't all of this come from your lord and all of you? The word fate, as light as a feather, can't give such a heavy fruit." The fisherwoman didn't know how to express her meaning. She scratched her head in distress. "If I studied hard for more than 10 years before I was admitted to the best school, and some idiot jumped out and told me that I was able to get in because he helped me with a prayer ritual, abruptly depriving me of more than 10 years of hard work, I would definitely jump up and smash the other party's head. Rather than saying it's destiny, it's better to say, everything depends on human effort and the will of the people. I believe that your lord will stand until the end." Yangtze's brows relaxed, and he revealed a smile without any malice. He understood what the fisherwoman was trying to express. "Thank you." After Yangtze finished speaking, the fisherwoman realized that there was only half a minute left. She suddenly became bold. It was rare for her to transmigrate. Wouldn't it be a pity if she didn't hug her idol? Li Yin was a general, so it wasn't easy to ambush him. In comparison, it was much easier for Yangtze. The fisherwoman spoke quickly, "Little Rongrong, catch." The fisherwoman called Yangtze Rongrong, but Yangtze didn't know who Rongrong was, so he was a little confused. Before he could react, the fisherwoman had already spread open her arms and pounced forward, giving him a huge bear hug. Her actions were frighteningly rash. Seeing that Yangtze was about to be thrown off the deck, Li Yun hurriedly stepped forward to pull the two of them to prevent them from falling into the water. Yangtze was still in a state of shock, but Li Yun was surprised to find that the lively fisherwoman had collapsed to the ground. Squatting down to check, he said, "Counselor, she's unconscious." Yangtze tidied up his messy clothes, and there was still a look of shock on his face. "What? Fainted?" After more than an hour, the fisherwoman woke up again. Her words and actions were completely different from before, and she trembled as she faced Yangtze and the others. Li Yin and the other two looked at each other. Yangtze did not believe in heresy and tried again and again, but the result was disappointing. Qi Kuang silently counted the time and said softly, "It's been 12 hours. Li Yun also reacted and said in shock, "Could it be that she's really a mountain ghost?" Yangtze said, "Whether it's real or fake, it should be harmless to us." If it wasn't for the scary bear hug at the end, Yangtze's impression of the fisherwoman would have been higher. Qi Kuang carefully noticed something and said, "The piece of paper that was written to the mountain ghost just now is missing." He saw with his own eyes that the mountain ghost folded the letter and stuffed it at her waist. After a moment of confusion, it actually disappeared without a trace. Of course it was missing. According to the rules of Dream of 1,000 Years, That piece of paper was a gift from Yangtze and the others to the lucky emperor, so it could be taken away. What was the lucky emperor doing now? He was excitedly holding his camera and taking pictures of the autograph. He took every inch of the autograph and posted it on the popular thread of the Empress's live streaming forum to show off. Ever since the first lucky emperor, Night Dance and Flame Spirit, started a thread before he transmigrated, the next few lucky emperors continued this tradition and enjoyed the worship of the unlucky emperors. It was just that the identities of the lucky emperors who transmigrated were different. Most of them returned empty-handed and couldn't show off their spoils of war even if they wanted to. Wonderful, wonderful. While humming a tune, Eating with his feet buckled up the recording of today's live broadcast. He skillfully cut off Little Lady as his ringtone, and then took a screenshot of himself, hugging Yangtze as his boot screensaver. He planned to make a new set tomorrow. Ding dong, the private messages on the forum were endless. He casually clicked on a few and found that many people wanted to buy his autograph. Some even offered 1,000,000 yuan. The lucky emperor rejected them happily. I'm not selling, I'm taking it as a family heirloom. As a rich and European tycoon, did he lack that little bit of money? Because this round of dream of 1,000 years had ended, Jiang Pingji naturally couldn't continue to monitor Yangtze's situation. Whether it was her or the lucky emperor himself, neither of them had expected Yangtze to suddenly cause such a major incident. What big event was it? Naturally, it was to completely nail the ID eating rice with feet buckled into the history books and publicize the execution. The history books of later generations would truthfully record this experience in the history books. The source of the material was Yangtze. On a certain day in a certain year, the wind was gentle and the sky was clear. Taizu dispatched troops to fight with Marquis Zhongyong in Zhangzhou. Marquis Wujing, Yangtze, devised a plan to capture the water bandits. The mountain ghost descended and taught him the divine art of shipbuilding. It was called eating rice with feet buckled. Before he left, he even said, "Taizu, it's your destiny." The most indecent name in this period of history was the name Mountain Ghost. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a weird idea on the internet. Yangtze's original intention was to use the identity of Mountain Ghost to prove that Jiang Pingji was the emperor of heaven's destiny and attack the enemy's reputation. However, Jiang Pingji saw the pitiful idea of Mountain Ghost go down in history. She didn't know whether she should feel sorry for it or not. Not only was eating rice with feet buckled, but Mountain Ghost's nonsense gay is better than love and coward were also publicly executed. Regarding this, the feelings of countless college entrance examination students in the future were quite unified. The ancients were really king good at having fun. Their names were like internet usernames. They all felt that it was so dirty. Why would the ancients write them down in the history books with a calm expression? Why would the teachers who wrote the test papers make them into exam questions with a straight face? Wouldn't they be unable to hold back their laughter when the test papers were published? Mountain Ghost was a proper mountain ghost, but it was a pity that the name was not a proper one. This matter was also a story for a long time in the future. Yangtze had the intention to expose the fact that Mountain Ghost conveyed the destiny of heaven to build momentum for his lord. Although he was not as proficient in public opinion as Wei Ci, he had learned a little from what he saw and heard. Li Yun said, "No wonder the military counselor asked Mountain Ghost that question back then. If her answer is not to your liking," Yangtze said coldly, "if it's not to your liking, why keep her alive?" Of course, it was to silence her. Any words and actions that were detrimental to the Lord, or the words of a spiritual monster like Mountain Ghost, must not be leaked. Li Yun pinched his chin and said, "Will outsiders believe it?" Yangtze did not panic at all. Do you know what 3 men will become a tiger, and the public's mouth can melt gold means? As long as there were more people who said it, there would naturally be ignorant people who would believe it. When there were more ignorant people who believed it, the false would become true. Chapter 1468. The pirates weren't as tight-lipped as expected. Instead, they were much more relaxed. They confessed after a few rounds of torture. Li Yun asked, "What do you plan to do?" Take down the pirates one by one? Yang Si replied. What else? Yang Tao's troops don't care about this area at all. We can take the opportunity to catch more pirates. First, we can familiarize ourselves with water battles. Second, we can familiarize ourselves with the environment. Third, we can make a name for ourselves. A while ago, we found out that many people still remember Yang Jian's kindness. With Yang Jian's death, Yang Tao's good reputation fell to him. Our army's reason for sending troops is a bit far-fetched. Even if we spread rumors that our lord is the son of destiny, the local people are still against us. Why don't we take the opportunity to do some good deeds and build up our connections? Yang Si was a man of action. He would put his ideas into action if he had them. He planned to use the mountain ghost to build up Jiang Pingji's reputation. Naturally, he wouldn't drag things out. Instead, he chose to carry it out swiftly and decisively. Yang Si had people make up a nursery rhyme about the mountain ghost and let the street urchins and beggars spread it. In less than 3 days, the news had reached Yang Tao and the others. The ignorant people believed it, but Yang Tao and the others could tell that it was intentional. A psychological attack? Yan Lin laughed mockingly as he tossed the book aside. He didn't believe in the son of destiny at all. Since ancient times, how many emperors had pretended to be immortals to make themselves look good? Strange signs at birth and strange dreams of the mother were nothing more than lies used by the common people to deceive the ignorant. If he was really the son of heaven, why were there so many people who lived less than 100 years old? What live as long as the heavens and live 10,000 years? They were just bullsh*t. Jiang Pingji agreed with Yan Lin's idea. In ancient times, this would be a myth. In the future, it would be a marketing, and a shameless brainwashing marketing at that. Tiansu laughed. With such momentum, if Lu Shi loses, it will be interesting. Yan Lin looked down and sneered. He said, Lu Shi's subordinates are just like their lord. They are proud and strong-willed. They probably realize that our lord's reputation in Zhangzhou is unshakable. They are afraid that the people will interfere at a critical moment. That's why they came up with this plan. They didn't know that this plan had also pushed their lord into the teeth of the storm. The will of the heavens? As long as Jiang Pingji was not the one who sat on the throne in the end, she would become the joke of the ages. There are pros and cons to this. If she succeeds, she will have a mysterious halo around her. The ignorant people in the world do not have the courage to fight against the immortals. If he failed, it would just be another joke in the annals of history. Qiansu asked, Is Lu Shi declaring her ambition to the world? Yan Lin said, Even if she doesn't say it, who in the world doesn't know of her ambition? Qiansu smiled and said, There's still a difference between what everyone knows and what she admits herself. Yan Lin and the others didn't pay much attention to the fact that the mountain ghost had taught them how to build ships. Shipbuilding was a secret skill that could not be taught to outsiders. All the famous craftsmen in the south had been recruited by Yang Tao. Those who weren't taken in were mostly raised by others. How high could the standard of Jiang Pingji's warships be? No matter how powerful he was, could he be more powerful than them? The waters south of Zhangzhou were more developed. Shipbuilding technology had been accumulated and improved over the generations. It was considered the best in the world. Most of Jiang Pingji's troops were from the north. Even if she had planned for the navy years in advance, shipbuilding technology was not something that could be improved by Qi Kuang alone, let alone secretly learn it in a short period of time. According to the estimation of Yan Lin and the others, Jiang Pingji's warships should be slightly inferior to theirs. Naval warfare was not only demanding on the navy, but also on the quality of the warships. Even if the navy was strong, they couldn't defeat the enemy without strong warships. Yang Si killed the pirates while fishing. He used interrogation and other techniques to perfect the great universal geographical map of the nearby waters. Such a big movement couldn't escape the eyes of Yan Lin and the others. Yang Tao said, Why don't we send someone to test the strength of their navy? Yan Lin said, Yes, that's what I was thinking. Thus, one group of people disguised themselves as merchants, while the other group disguised themselves as pirates. The two groups of people coincidentally met in a certain region of water. After a short fight, Yang Si had a bad feeling and ordered a retreat. Yan Lin and the others didn't chase after them. What's the situation? For the sake of safety, Yang Tao, Yan Lin, and the others didn't go personally. They only sent a general who was experienced in naval warfare. There were only about 1,000 people on both sides. The battle didn't last long because it was just a test, so it wasn't a fierce battle. As an experienced general, the general had some information about the enemy. He said, "I'm afraid the enemy is harder to deal with than we expected." Yan Lin raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this answer. What about the boats they used? The deputy general said. According to this general's judgment, they should all be the boats of the nearby fishermen. The civilian boats couldn't compare to the warships in terms of size and sturdiness. However, to avoid alerting the enemy, they didn't use warships either. Instead, they used civilian boats that the pirates often used. In terms of boats, the two groups were about the same. The only difference was the combat ability of the soldiers. Yan Lin asked the general about their combat ability, and the general answered truthfully. In short, if he hadn't known that the enemy was a northerner, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between them and the navy from the south. They were good swimmers and coordinated well. They didn't panic at all. This was clearly a well-trained elite of the navy. If the general hadn't retreated in time, he would have been caught by the enemy and exposed. Even so, he felt that the enemy had realized what was going on. Yangtze guessed it. The pirates they encountered this time were very cooperative. They were a regular army, not a motley crew. Yang Tao frowned and looked at Yan Lin, questioning him with his eyes. Yan Lin said, "My lord, please give the order to send more people to investigate. We must find out how strong they are." No one knew if the navy of 1,000 people was the same as Jiang Pingji's elite navy or the average navy. There was a big difference between the two. Yang Tao knew that he couldn't be impatient, so he agreed to Yan Lin's suggestion. The two groups began to test each other. The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger. Jiang Pingji's side wasn't going to give in. Since we're sure that Nieliang doesn't have many days to live, let's add fuel to the fire and send him on his way. Qiguan Rang asked her. "My lord, do you mean to send the troops now? Isn't this too radical and arbitrary?" Chapter 1469. TSK This Nieliang is very tough. Jiang Pingji had sent scouts to investigate several times, but there was almost no substantial gain. Many scouts were killed because their identities were exposed. The scouts under Jiang Pingji's tent were well-trained elites. Even if they were discovered by the enemy, they could turn around and escape at once. They could not escape under such circumstances. It could only be said that Nieliang's attitude was very tough. He was unwilling to let go of any enemy scout. Qiguan Rang waved his jade fan and said, "According to the information from the scouts, Nieliang is ready to take action in the near future." Jiang Pingji rested her chin on her hand and said, "If he doesn't take action, we will. What's the difference?" As they spoke, someone outside the tent reported. Jiang Pingji hurriedly let him in. "What news is there this time?" She shook off the cloth and scanned through it. Qiguan Rang asked with her eyes. Jiang Pingji handed him the cloth and said, "Although this news is not from the front line, it has a lot to do with the Nye family. A team of scouts found more than 100 people behind the Nye family approaching the Nye camp. Their identities are mysterious." When Jiang Pingji relayed the news, Qiguan Rang read the contents of the cloth silently. To prevent their identities from being exposed, the scouts could not get too close. They could only hide in the mountains and dense forests and observe carefully. Based on their rich experience, they roughly figured out the enemy's scale through the hooves, footprints, food leftovers, and campfires left by the enemy. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of the conditions, they could not figure out the enemy's identity. Qiguan Rang folded the cloth neatly and asked, "Do you have any idea, my lord?" According to the news from the scouts, the scale of the troops was not large. There were only more than 100 people, but every guard was a troop carefully trained by the landowning families. Not only were they experienced in combat, but they were also very strong in reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance. If that wasn't the case, the scout would have been able to get even closer. Troops were different from ordinary soldiers. In essence, they were more like private troops that were raised by a private person. Jiangpingji also raised many troops in the past. They became the original capital for her to conquer the world. Looking at the situation, this should be the troops raised by the Nie family. The Nie family sent more than 100 elite guards. I don't know who they are escorting. Although she said that, she was frowning in her heart. The scout said that there were 2 young people in the carriage. Qi Guanrang said, at this juncture, it's most likely Nie Liang's confidant or direct relative. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, no matter what his identity is, won't we find out by sending someone to investigate? For the sake of safety, this group of people chose secluded and quiet country roads. Even if they had to take a long detour, dilly-dallying makes it easier for us to do things. She had always been swift and decisive in her work. Taking advantage of the night, she sent over 100 people to quietly bypass Nie Ying's eyes and ears, intending to intercept that group of people, because it was difficult to travel at night. Even if Nie Qing and the others were in a rush, they could not force themselves. They could only send people to clear out a place to rest. Out of caution, the troops on night watch took turns. 3 groups of people were on duty at the top, middle and bottom of the night, so as to conserve as much energy as possible. In order to lower the target, Nie Qing and Nie Yang sat in the same carriage, eating and living together. Nie Qing took good care of this cousin, and along the way, even the system's heart softened. He treats you so well, will your heart soften because of this in the future? Nie Yang's eyes were half closed. In the dark he could barely see Nie Qing's silhouette lying beside him. He was exceptionally calm. He sneered in his heart. You've been with me for so many years, but if one day you get in my way, I won't be merciful. This also indirectly answered the system's question. Without waiting for the system to reply, Nie Yang said lazily, it's late, don't bother me. System. It knew it. As Nie Yang grew older, his ambition grew and he became more and more unruly. How dare he threaten it? The system was furious, but it could not fall out with Nie Yang at this time, so it could only pinch its nose and bear with it. After about a quarter of an hour, the system, which had returned to silence, spoke again. Nie Yang's face was a little sour. It took him a lot of effort to get sleepy, but he did not expect the noisy system to jump out and ruin the mood. The system explained faintly, it's not that I want to disturb your sweet dreams, but there are enemy forces approaching 2 miles away. Nie Yang woke up in an instant, all the sleepiness gone. He pretended to be startled awake by the nightmare. His nostrils flared, his breathing heavy, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and fear lingering in his eyes. Nie Qing, who was in a light sleep because he was worried about his father, was easily startled awake by Nie Yang. Yang, what happened? Nie Qing grabbed his outer robe and draped it over his shoulders. He lit up the firewood and saw that Nie Yang was in a state of shock, fear lingering in his expression. He said in realization, Yang, is this a nightmare? Nie Yang grabbed his wrist and said in a hoarse voice, brother, wake him up quickly, something big has happened. Nie Qing looked puzzled. He asked in surprise, what happened? Nie Yang spoke quickly, I had a very realistic nightmare just now. I dreamt that there were dark shadows outside the carriage, shouting and yelling, and someone with a knife broke into the carriage. Brother, in order to protect me, you were slashed by the thief, and blood flowed profusely. Nie Qing said in amusement. Isn't I fine? Where did the enemy come from? Nie Yang wet his dry lips with the tip of his tongue and said in a hoarse voice, this dream is really ominous. Brother, you'd rather believe it than not. Nie Qing pondered for a while. Out of love and concern for his cousin, he said, don't panic, I'll get someone to be on guard. Nie Yang played the role of a frightened rabbit on the surface, but in his heart he asked the system, how many people came? The system gave him a precise number. 112. They should be Lu Shi's ambush troops. Over 100 people? They're obviously prepared. Wait, something's not right. Nie Yang's expression grew colder. He said, no matter how good Lu Shi's eyes and ears are, they can't compare to you, right? If Lu Shi's eyes and ears can discover us, why didn't you warn us along the way? Scouts were humans, they could use the terrain to hide their tracks, but the system was different. Yang had sufficient reason to suspect that the system had discovered the enemy, but was deliberately hiding it. As expected, the system said, "It's just a few ants, there's no need to report such a small matter to you. In any case, it didn't endanger your life." Yang laughed coldly. "Now it's a threat. If the enemy didn't send 112 people, but 200 or 300, with the advantage of a sneak attack, what would the result be?" The system also laughed. "Host, you're blessed. This is just a small disaster to you. It won't endanger your life." Yang's heart surged with anger when he heard this, and his molars creaked. How could he not tell that the system was purposely warning him? Chapter 1470. Although he didn't know what kind of monster the system was, Yang wasn't heartless. How could he allow a strange monster to infect his brain without taking any precautions? Not long after the system appeared, Yang made thorough preparations. After all, the previous master of Zhongzhao's Temple of Salvation was enlightened Liru, an expert with real skills and knowledge. Yang had once visited enlightened Liru in Temple of Salvation under the pretext of accompanying his family's womenfolk. The monster didn't dare to show itself, so it didn't know how old Yang was at that time. It also didn't know what cards Yang had up his sleeves. The system felt uneasy, but comforted itself that Yang was just a mortal, so there was no reason for it to be afraid. As they spoke, Qing had already gotten off the carriage. He called the troops on night watch and instructed them to be vigilant before daybreak to prevent any sneak attacks. Everyone was suspicious, but this was Qing's order, so they couldn't question it. They could only obey. "Can you sleep now?" Qing entered the carriage again and smiled warmly. "Go to sleep first, Yang. I'll keep watch for you." Yang gripped his blanket tightly. In order not to expose himself, he had to listen to Qing. Seeing that his cousin had fallen asleep, Qing lit an oil lamp and took out a thick book to read. He hadn't even flipped 2 pages when he heard a shout from outside. "Who goes there?" Just as the troops finished speaking, Qing heard the sound of a knife cutting into flesh. Blood splattered on the ground, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. His face paled, and his right hand gripped the thick book tightly. Yang, who had just laid down, stood up. "Brother." Yang's face flickered under the orange candlelight, but the fear in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Qing said, "Yang, calm down. It's not a good time to get off the carriage. Wait for things to calm down outside. Don't go out and cause more trouble." Both of them had learned swordsmanship, but how could they compare to Protector Chu? If they got off the carriage in a hurry to check on the situation, they would only be adding to the burden of guarding the troops. Qing raised his sword in a defensive stance, the sounds of battle ringing in his ears. The atmosphere was tense and heavy. Even his palms were sweaty. "Brother, we won't." Yang was so scared that his eyes turned red and watery. Qing comforted him. "Since the heavens made Yang have such a precognitive dream, it means that the heavens are on our side." This intense battle lasted for a quarter of an hour. Because Qing's side had the advantage in numbers, they were prepared and the enemy's advantage in sneak attacks was minimal. Seeing that the situation was not good, the sneak attacker ordered the remaining soldiers to retreat quickly. The troops were worried that it was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so they did not dare to pursue. "Young master, the enemy has retreated." Hearing this, Qing's hand holding the sword gradually loosened, the sword falling to the ground with a clang. "What are our casualties?" Qing asked. The troops were not sure either. It was too dark at this time, and after the chaotic battle just now, both sides could barely recognize each other. At this time, the battle had just ended, and the casualties had not been accounted for. However, according to his estimation, they had suffered heavy losses tonight. They had lost half of their forces, and the rest were still injured. In this state, it was really not suitable to stay in the wild. The troops suggested that they leave overnight and rush to the camp as soon as possible. They were still not clear about the enemy's situation, and they did not know if the sneak attack was only once or if it would come in waves. Qing heard this and said solemnly, "Immediately distribute medicine to the injured soldiers, and reorganize before we set off." If they did not even treat their injuries and unfortunately met the enemy, it would be sending them warmth. Yes. Nie Qing heaved a sigh of relief and said to Nie Yang, "This time, thanks to Ah Yang's warning, otherwise I would have lost my life here." Nie Yang said, "I am not worthy of it. If not for elder brother's protection, I would have lost my life long ago." He naturally did not warn Nie Qing to save him, but to save his own life. The crisis was over. Nie Yang laughed coldly in his heart. "Come, let's have a good talk. System. Ha. Does this mortal mean to threaten me? Who is afraid of who? If I don't teach him a lesson, does he really think that the system is cheap labor?" The night attack failed. This result was out of Jiang Pingji's expectations. According to the soldiers who escaped, the enemy seemed to have predicted it. However, this prediction was not from the beginning. It was more like a spur-of-the-moment idea. Jiang Pingji pinched her chin and said, "Have you found out who the two people in the carriage are?" The soldier said, "The two of them were extremely cautious and did not take a step out." Jiang Pingji sneered and said, "They are quite smart, knowing not to cause trouble for others." After thinking for a while, she said, "You have worked hard tonight. It is more important to go down and treat your injuries. We will reward you afterward." The soldier's face was filled with shame. They could not complete the task entrusted to them by the Lord, so they had no way to accept the reward. Jiang Pingji sent them away, and was about to raise her hand to rub between her eyebrows when Wei Xi walked out from behind the screen. "Lord, I suspect that the two of them are very likely to be," Jiang Pingji said. "Nie Liang's heir a big fat fish. I have miscalculated. If I had known earlier, I would have sent more people." If it was a general with outstanding martial arts skills such as Qin Gong, he might have been able to kill Nie Qing and Nie Yang. Wei Xi said, "Why do you say such disheartening words? You know that with more people, it is easy to expose our tracks and make the enemy vigilant." Jiang Pingji rested her chin on her hand and said, "Even so, it is indeed a pity." Wei Xi said, "I am more concerned about one thing. According to our soldiers, the enemy is only on their guard at the last moment." Jiang Pingji's thoughts turned and she suddenly thought of Nie Yang. It was said that he was the host who had one of the system's fragments. If he was also in the team, it would not be strange for him to predict the enemy's whereabouts in advance. She said, "Forget it, forget it. This matter is enough for Nie Liang to suffer. I wonder how shocked and angry he will be when he finds out." Jiang Pingji's goal was to send Nie Liang to the next world earlier. If she could kill Nie Qing along the way, it would be an additional gain. It was fine even if she could not. She did not need to feel too much pity. Wei Xi sighed softly and said, "I am afraid he will fly into a rage." Wei Xi did not care whether Nie Liang died or not. He only cared about his elder brother Wei Dan, who died of depression in his previous life. Unfortunately, the two brothers were on opposing sides. Some things were destined to not have the best of both worlds. The next day, the scorching sun rose above their heads. Nie Qing and the others successfully met up with the Nie army. Was the young lord attacked? Wei Dan was sent by Nie Liang to fetch Nie Qing. He saw from afar that Nie Qing's team was full of wounded soldiers and was shocked. Due to the bumpy ride, Nie Qing did not sleep much. There was a faint green color and fatigue in his eyes. He said to Wei Dan, "Last night, there was indeed a wave of thieves who took the opportunity to attack, but Ah Yang woke up from his nightmare. That is why the entire army was not wiped out." Wei Dan asked, "Can the young lord be more specific?" Nie Qing recounted the events of last night, and mentioned Nie Yang's contributions again to leave a good impression with Wei Dan. Chapter 1471. The Lord has been waiting for you, young master. Please don't delay the time. Even though they were only 2 hours away from Nie Qing's camp, Wei Yong was still worried based on Nie Qing's description. Nie Qing nodded and said warmly, "We'll set off now." After last night's ambush, he knew how dangerous the situation was. Who knew how many evil eyes were hiding in the dark? Nie Qing boarded the carriage with Wei Yong's help. Seeing that Nie Yang was still curled up in his sleeping position, Nie Qing was worried. Last night's ambush had frightened Ah Yang badly. He had nightmares all night. Perhaps it was because the dreams were too terrifying, but his expression was extremely ferocious. Nie Qing tried to wake him up, but there was no response. If not for the fact that he was still breathing, Nie Qing would have suspected that Yang had been captured by the envoys. What kind of nightmare is this? Nie Qing worriedly held Nie Yang's hand. The back of his hand, which had bulging veins, was cold and sticky with sweat. Little did he know that Nie Yang was not having a nightmare. His pain level was several times higher than the most terrifying nightmare. Last night, Nie Yang was angry at the system for hiding things from him, and carefully tested the system's bottom line. The system also sensed that Nie Yang's wings had hardened, and was trying to escape its control. After a verbal exchange, it looked like it was going to collapse. Nie Yang had a Taoist treasure given to him by Venerable Liru. It was said to be able to suppress evil spirits. He showed this trump card and tried to negotiate with the system to gain the initiative and control. Unexpectedly, the system flew into a rage and tore off its false pretense. It was no longer gentle and obedient, but instead showed its ferocious side. The consequence of disobedience is being tortured to death. Do you really think a mere mortal can turn the tables in my hands? Although the Taoist treasure given to him by Venerable Liru did not cause any serious damage to the system, it did cause it some damage. This made the system extremely angry. Nie Yang was a mortal that grew up under its nose. He was just one of the many ants who gave him the confidence to try to shake the position of a god, just because he had a trump card. The system did not mind Nie Yang having his own thoughts, but it could not tolerate an ant scheming against it. The system was experienced in dealing with such an unruly host. It guaranteed that it would be obedient. It needed force to make Nie Yang understand that the distance between them was a rift that mere mortals could not cross. Obey or die. Mortal, do you understand? The system wanted to kill Nie Yang for offending it, but it couldn't do that. First of all, it wasn't easy to find a suitable host. It had put in so much effort on Nie Yang. If it gave him up just like that, it would be a big loss. Secondly, Nie Yang's status was neither light nor heavy. He was one of the chess pieces that affected the fate of the entire plane. Once he was touched, the enemy in the dark would immediately notice. The system didn't want to suffer a double loss. Nie Yang was still useful. Since he couldn't replace it, he could only spend some effort to fix it. Nie Yang had never suffered like this before, but the stubbornness and toughness in his bones kept him going. Nie Yang refused to back down, and the system refused to let go, so the situation fell into a stalemate. However, Nie Yang was a mortal after all. He couldn't withstand such torture. He still had ambitions. He knew what it meant to be flexible, and to be able to adapt to the circumstances. He could just temporarily give in, and use the system to achieve his goals. He would find a way to get rid of this demon in the future. After a whole night of torture, Nie Yang opened his eyes tiredly when the troops were about to reach the Nie camp. If Nie Qing looked over, he would see that Nie Yang's eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred. Yang? You're awake. Nie Qing put down the book and heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly helped Nie Yang up. At that moment, he noticed that Nie Yang's clothes were drenched in sweat, and there was a human-shaped wet mark where he had fallen asleep. Nie Yang himself looked exhausted. A few strands of his long hair were stuck to the side of his face. His black hair fell over his shoulders, making him look especially weak and pitiful. Brother. Nie Yang tried to speak, but his voice was hoarse. His throat was burning. Yang, what nightmare did you have last night? No matter how I called you, you wouldn't wake up. Nie Qing's heart ached when he saw his cousin like this. Of course, Nie Yang couldn't tell the truth. He still felt like he had just survived a disaster. This made him feel ashamed and disgusted. He had actually succumbed to a demon's coercion. It was a great humiliation. Nie Yang said, "This little brother." Cough cough. This little brother doesn't know either. I only remember. It was an extremely terrifying dream. Nie Qing saw the lingering fear on his cousin's face and couldn't bear to probe further. He changed the topic. Father has already sent troops to receive us. The camp is just ahead. Don't be afraid, Yang. Nie Qing patted his back and comforted him like he was coaxing a child. Nie Yang closed his eyes tiredly, letting himself lean on Nie Qing's shoulder. If Nie Qing hadn't blocked his way, Nie Yang would have been happy to have such a considerate and meticulous elder brother take care of him. Because Nie Yang's condition wasn't good, Nie Qing didn't let him get off the carriage. After a short rest, he followed Wei Dan to see his father, Nie Liang. Nie Liang already knew that his son had been ambushed in the middle of the night and almost lost his life. For a moment, anger and worry coexisted in his heart. The two attacked his heart and Nie Liang almost fainted. Only when he saw Nie Qing did he feel better. Nie Qing was shocked at first glance when he saw his father. It had only been a while since they last met, and his father had lost so much weight? Even though his father's eyes were as sharp as ever, the greenish black in his eyes was like ink that wouldn't disperse. That face was so pale he didn't look like a living person, and his lips were slightly green. Nie Qing immediately bowed deeply, his eyes slightly red. Nie Liang said coldly, "How old are you? Still crying like a 3-year-old? How can father be at ease when you're so unsteady?" Nie Qing lowered his head to hide his tears. Nie Liang said, "Father heard about your experience last night. You're steady. You've done well in this aspect." Even if he couldn't help, he wouldn't add to the mess. He remembered the saying, "A rich man should not sit under a roof," and wouldn't rashly place himself in a dangerous situation. After repelling the enemy, Nie Qing's handling of the situation was quite thorough. This made Nie Liang feel somewhat moved and gratified. It was a pity that Nie Qing was still too young. Once he wasn't here, how could Nie Qing stabilize the tottering Nie family? How could he control the surrounding demons and monsters? Thinking of this, Nie Liang felt a headache. The father and son talked for a while before Nie Liang sent his son away. A sweet, fishy taste surged up his throat. He caught it with a handkerchief and saw the familiar bright red. In a daze, Nie Liang heard the sound of drums outside the tent. He thought he had heard wrong. "Who's beating the drums outside?" The guard outside the tent said, "Reporting to my lord, the enemy has gathered their forces outside the camp to challenge us." When Nie Liang heard this, his pair of phoenix eyes widened in anger. Lu Shi is really going too far. He had bullied his son and almost caused him to send off his son. Then he brought his troops to challenge them. Chapter 1472. Love is not gay. Oh my God, the streamer is running on the road of self-deprecation and not looking back. Shinjia, you almost killed someone's son, and then you brought people to my door and beat me up. I don't even want to help the wall. I only respect the streamer. The salted fishes munched on their melons and moved their small stools over, waiting for the battle to begin. Little White Bunny. There are a lot of trolls on the internet. All of them are saying that the streamer is shameless and sinister. The most vicious thing is a woman's heart. Blue Drawer. Forgive me for being blunt, but the host has been doing things her own way for so many years. When did she ever care about those contrarians? They could even find a reason to scold RMB. They really couldn't think of anything in this world that they couldn't scold. We are calm. Not everyone could accept Jiang Pingji's actions, especially those with fragile hearts. Not only did they have a fragile heart, but they also liked to find fault. Relying on the fact that the streamer couldn't do anything to them, they squatted on the internet to vilify Jiang Pingji. For example, a woman gave birth to a uterus to carry on the family line. It was a duty given by nature. She didn't find a man to marry and have children. Instead, she followed a man to fight for the world. Some reasons were purely Virgin Mary acting up. For example, Jiang Pingji was cruel and merciless. She killed a lot of people. She didn't have the slightest bit of kindness or civility. The most classic sentence of these haters was, "Oh my God, she fought for the world by killing people. Couldn't she evolve peacefully? Can't I use love to influence him? Why did they have to fight and kill? How sinful." Jiang Pingji didn't even bother to roll her eyes at this group of people who had to hold up their fingers like an orchid in a bar. In short, Jiang Pingji had two groups of loyal followers in the two dimensions. One group was the salted fish in the live broadcast room, fighting for a small bench for 10 years like a day. The other group was the haters who slandered her on the internet for 10 years like a day. This was probably true love. Jiang Pingji tried to kill Nie Liang's son on the way, But after she failed, she sent someone to challenge Nieliang. She deliberately wanted to anger Nieliang to death. Her intentions were too evil. They had never seen a woman as thick-skinned and vicious as Jiang Pingji. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. Some media outlets even accused her of abetting underage crime and increasing social violence. Anyway, Jiang Pingji couldn't see it, so they could criticize her however they wanted. Looking at the comments of the idle people in the streaming room, Jiang Pingji's reaction was still calm. She even said something extremely infuriating. Host V. The media on your side are already so indignant. Nieliang, the person involved, should be even more furious, right? They had once again underestimated the host's shamelessness and psychological endurance. The salted fishes were silent for a long time. How could he reply? He could only use ellipses. As they chatted and laughed, the challenge continued. A certain kung fu will make full use of the language style of the boorish school. His challenge can infuriate someone to death. Quite a number of salted fish wished that they could change to something more elegant. Such cursing was very unpleasant to the ears. The scolding is too elegant. The enemy soldiers won't understand. Isn't this playing the lute to a cow? The more vulgar it is, the more people will understand it. Wasn't provoking the enemy to suppress their morale and make them angry? In this era where the literacy rate was less than 1%, people would think that you were soft and powerless even if you scolded elegantly. A salted fish asked a tricky question. Kojiao Qifan. Dongqing and Zhongzhou are two different countries. The language barrier must be huge, right? Do you understand? Jiang Pingji said. Don't you know that you can learn scolding words even from a different race? Even if they didn't understand, they knew that the other party was scolding them. This was the charm of scolding. As they spoke, the enemy finally responded. My men. Jiang Pingji drew out the god-slaying sword and carried it on her shoulder. She raised her chin slightly and said arrogantly, It's time to start. Sun Wen, who was supervising the battle, was speechless. This time, they sent out troops to anger Nieliang. Time was tight, many weapons could not be in place, and only a part of the army could be brought over. If they really fought, Jiang Pingji's side did not have a big advantage. In order to guard the pass and prevent Nieliang from sending people to attack Zhanjiang Pass, she had to close the gate tightly. Therefore, the follow-up reinforcements were definitely not as good as the enemy's. Nieliang rushed into battle, and his preparation was not as good as Jiang Pingji's. If the battle started, he would definitely suffer a small loss. If the two armies fought for a long time, Nieliang's reinforcements would catch up, and Jiang Pingji would fall into a passive and disadvantageous position. Based on various considerations, Jiang Pingji sent out troops this time to slip away. It was enough to let Nieliang's troops follow behind them and eat a mouthful of yellow sand. Wasn't it cheap? Extremely cheap. However, Jiang Pingji liked it that way. The old chief who was watching silently in the streaming room chuckled. The 7th Army Corps, the vanguard of the frontline battle, was led astray by Jiang Pingji. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. Jiang Pingji was dressed in red and silver armor. The white horse beneath her rushed out of the army like lightning and blended into the vast sea of people, harvesting heads to her heart's content. White, we haven't had such fun in a long time. Ever since little White, the bastard, abducted White, other than his first child, White had given birth to 3 more times. No matter how hard Jiang Pingji tried, she could not force pregnant women to go to the battlefield. She could only wait for White's boring pregnancy to pass. They had not fought together for a long time. If little White was not obedient, Jiang Pingji really wanted to stab the horse in the root of its sin. White understood human nature very well, and its already restless and active emotions rose. Its body was relatively large. Although it was not as tall and strong as the heavy horses of the heavy cavalry battalion, it was still a strong and sturdy little girl. Its entire body was covered in armor. White's combat style became wilder and wilder. Its charge was like the weight of Mount Tai. The horse opposite it let out a shrill scream, and had to take a few steps back to stabilize itself. By the time it stabilized itself, the owner on the horse's back had already been beheaded by Jiang Pingji. After killing for a while, Jiang Pingji patted White's neck. Go back. Dabai was very reluctant. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, if we accidentally go overboard, those little princesses will act up. She was the Lord. No matter how good she was at fighting, she could not ignore the petty hearts of the civil and military officials. Later, if they don't catch up to us, I plan to give Nieliang a big gift. Jiang Pingji carried the god-slaying saber for a while until the white horse under her became a scarlet horse. She then retreated reluctantly. Sun Wen silently turned his head to look at his lord. He had not gotten used to having a lord who could fight so well. He chose to ignore the fact that his lord had gone to the battlefield again and asked, what big gift? Jiang Pingji said, a set of gorgeous women's clothes. Sun Wen was speechless. She smiled and said, if it's not a girl who has to hold up her fingers like an orchid in a club, then it's a weak woman in men's clothes. Otherwise, why can't the enemy even catch up? Saidao, do you think Nieliang will be so angry that he will vomit blood if I give this along with the clothes? Sun Wen was speechless. His lord was the one who was born with the wrong gender. She could even tell dirty jokes in such a fresh and refined way. Even though Sun Wen's grandson was about to discuss marriage, he still could not accept his lord's dirty jokes. Chapter 1473. No, perhaps Sun Wen should be more worried about whether his grandson would be led astray by the Lord's side. Gifting women's clothing. This behavior will definitely be criticized in the future. As a conservative old man, Sun Wen did not approve of his lord using such methods to attack the enemy. It was not because of anything else, but it was not good to be recorded in the future history books. Jiang Pingji said with a smile, so what? A person who conforms to the rules, no matter how well he does, is not as attractive as a person who has a mixed reputation. People should always have some mysterious or interesting things that people will talk about. Only then will the future generations remember them. Sun Wen held back and finally spat out two words that were somewhat overstepping his boundaries. Nonsense. Sun Wen studied orthodox knowledge and belonged to the conservative faction. However, his lord was a trendy person with active thoughts. For example, in this matter, he felt that a gentleman should cherish his reputation. It did not matter what methods were used to attack the enemy. What was important was his reputation. However, Jiang Pingji did not care about her reputation. She actually came up with such a childish method to provoke him by gifting women's clothing. If Nieliang was angered by her, and something happened to him, would the history books write about her in such a way? Contrarians love to ignore merits and seize on shortcomings and blemishes to make a big fuss. Compared to the achievements of the predecessors, the future generations preferred to use a magnifying glass to find the shortcomings of the predecessors. To put it nicely, it was to use the past as a mirror, history as a mirror to know the vicissitudes of life, and people as a mirror to understand gains and losses. Jiang Pingji's thoughts were different. She said, I know what Saidao is worried about, but no one is perfect. For someone like me who is unprecedented, I'm afraid that if I'm too wise and powerful, unparalleled, virtuous and awe-inspiring, the later generations will feel too much pressure. If I leave some harmless flaws and blemishes, the official and unofficial history books can use them to entertain the future generations. The salted fishes nodded their heads like pounding garlic and eagerly agreed. The streamer was right. They were cheering for their streamer. Sun Wen was speechless. To be narcissistic to such an extent, it was indeed unprecedented in both the past and the future. It was unprecedented in both the past and the present. He suddenly did not want to think about how his lord would be recorded in the history books. They would most likely misinterpret her as a wicked woman with 3 heads and 6 arms, right? After all, the lord was so good at fighting and could even tell dirty jokes. She could dominate the battlefield by herself with a knife and a horse. When these words were added together, the first impression that would appear in the minds of ordinary people was a big and burly man with a thunderous voice, broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Thinking of this, Sun Wen tilted his head and glanced at his lord's profile. Perhaps it was because her style was too unlike that of a traditional woman. The world would be awed by her aura at first glance and then ignore her beauty. In all fairness, his lord's appearance was quite good at fighting. When she was dressed as a man, she looked suave and unparalleled. When she was dressed as a woman, she had a different taste as well. If she could leave behind a few portraits, she might be able to salvage the image of a ferocious and evil woman in the eyes of future generations. Thus, he sincerely suggested, "When my lord returns, can you leave a few more portraits behind?" Jiang Pingji looked at him dumbfoundedly. She did not understand how the topic had changed from the disagreement between the ruler and the minister to painting. While the two of them were conversing, the battlefield was still filled with battle cries. Qin Gong and the other generals carefully mobilized the entire army, ensuring that the soldiers would not be held back by the enemy because of a momentary victory. It was hard to say about Jiang Pingji's other strengths, but she was unusually decisive on the battlefield. The enemy could not trick her with small gains. She said that she wanted to take advantage of the situation and then leave, so she would not allow the soldiers under her command to be greedy and rash. Qin Gong and the others were well aware of this. They were even more careful when leading the troops into battle, not daring to anger her. Report: the reinforcements of the Nye army camp are about to arrive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingji and Sun Wen turned their attention to the battlefield. According to the current situation, their army still had the upper hand. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be able to bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh. However, Sun Wen asked, "My lord, do you want to withdraw your troops?" Jiang Pingji said casually, "Why not? Are we waiting for Nye Liang's reinforcements to come and turn the situation around?" Sun Wen understood in his heart. At the same time, he lamented his lord's decisive style. Not to mention the feudal lords, even the ordinary soldiers on the battlefield would not easily make up their minds to withdraw when they saw that the situation was favorable for their side. It was admirable that his lord could resist the temptation of benefits that was so close at hand. After the discussion, Sun Wen sent people to sound the gongs to withdraw the troops. At the same time, he issued several mandatory military orders. The original vanguard troops became the rear. Step by step, they covered the retreat of the main army and retreated from the front line in an orderly manner. The quality of the troops under Jiang Pingji's command was already very high, but there were still some soldiers who were greedy for merits and dilly-dallied, and refused to retreat. They were trampled into meat paste by the swarming enemy. Fortunately, there were not many people like this. The elite vanguard troops fought and retreated in an orderly manner. Not long after, they got rid of Nye Liang's vanguard troops and ran away. When Nye Liang's reinforcements arrived at the front line, they could only watch the enemy retreat, stirring up billowing yellow sand. Seeing this, General Nye's already livid face darkened a few shades. Are these bandits born in the year of rabbits? They ran away so quickly. General, should we give chase? Si Jiang was also extremely angry. He had been suppressed and beaten by the enemy just now and was extremely sullen. When the reinforcements arrived, they finally had a chance to avenge their humiliation. Who would have thought that the enemy would retreat at this critical juncture? Being asked this question by Si Jiang, the Nye general felt extremely depressed. If they did not give chase, the enemy would suddenly come knocking on their door and violently beat up their own people before swaggering off. They would lose face. If they gave chase, they would be afraid that this was the enemy's evil plot. If they gave chase, they would step into a trap. When the enemy retreated, there was order in the chaos. If they gave chase, it would be easy to mess up the army formation. If the enemy took advantage of the chaos in their army formation to turn around and attack, wouldn't it be a great loss? To give chase or not to give chase, it was not a good choice. The Nye general secretly gritted his teeth. In the end, he still decided to give chase, but he did not dare to go all out. Jiang Pingji's side easily pulled away. When Jiang Pingji's army retreated to Zhangjiang Pass, and the gate was closed again, the Nye army troops arrived late and suffered a wave of arrows on the city wall. The arrows in front were like a tide. The Nye army was not there to break through the pass. In order to reduce casualties, they could only retreat out of the shooting range. The Nye general was speechless. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. You are very arrogant. Does your father know? A certain deputy general muttered. Isn't she playing with people? He had accidentally discovered the truth. Wasn't Jiang Pingji playing with people? Looking at the angry gaze of the Nia army outside the pass, Jiang Pingji rubbed her chin and snapped her fingers. She asked the deputy general guarding the pass on the city wall to come closer and whisper a few words into his ear. Si Jiang accepted the order with a rippling face. After a while, a dozen strong men, who were 8 feet tall and 4 feet wide, stepped on the city wall. Simple loudspeakers made of copper plates were placed in front of them. The strong men gathered their chi and their dantian and shouted loudly. Their voices were like thunder. Chapter 1474. What kind of courteous gift is this? General Niejun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His entire face looked like he had been constipated for many years. He was unwilling to give the order to retreat, but he was thinking about how to explain himself. Because the two armies had only fought for a short period of time, the actual casualties on both sides were not high, so this battle could not be considered a defeat. There was one thing that could not be ignored. Jiang Pingji's continuous and coquettish actions were equivalent to a loud slap on Niejun's face. They could argue that Jiang Pingji was too shameless, but it couldn't change the fact that they were humiliated. The Nia army had obviously chased Jiang Pingji's army into Zhanjiang Pass, but when they returned, they were like a group of defeated roosters. The frontline military report immediately reached Nieliang's ears. Before the Nia army's general arrived, he already knew the whole story. Nieliang's face turned pale after hearing this, but his expression did not change. Only the two people close to him could see that his fingers were trembling slightly because of his anger. Wei Dan and Fan Chen looked at each other. They could see the deep worry and criticism of Jiang Pingji in each other's eyes. Although the other civil and military officials in the tent did not see it, they knew that the atmosphere in the tent was not right. For a moment, there was absolute silence. Nieliang took a deep breath and suppressed the roiling rage in his heart. He would not fly into a rage because of Jiang Pingji's naughtiness, but he did feel uncomfortable. If it wasn't for his excellent endurance, he would have been angered to the point of death. After a while, Nieliang asked, "How's the weather and wind direction tomorrow?" A man stepped out of the tent and cupped his hands. Judging from the weather and wind direction, tomorrow should be a sunny day with a southeast wind. There was little rain in the north, and it was currently summer. It was not difficult to speculate the recent changes in the weather with some knowledge of geomancy and geography. Now that the weather is dry, withered trees are easily flammable. The southeast wind is just right. Nieliang lowered his eyes and said, "Order people to prepare dry wood, firewood and black oil. Tomorrow at the hour of the 3rd day, send troops to attack Zhanjiang Pass. Lu Shi toyed with us today. Tomorrow, we will burn him to death." Fan Chen said in surprise. All the trees in the forest near Zhanjiang Pass have been chopped down by Lu Shi's men until only wooden stumps are left. Burning them probably won't work. Nieliang said, "Smoke and fire scorching, I'll return the favor." Everyone understood that this wasn't a proper attack. It was just a test of the enemy's strength, and at the same time, a way to get back at them for what had happened today. However, they never expected Jiang Pingji to be mischievous. How could being mischievous be enough? Report, there are hundreds of prisoners of war outside the camp. Nieliang raised his eyebrows and felt that things were not simple. Since he was a captive, he shouldn't have deserted during the battle. He was most likely captured by the enemy before the battle. The enemy captured captives and then released them. What did this mean? Captive? What is Lu Shi up to this time? Fan Chen was subconsciously frightened. From Jiang Pingji to Sun Wen, none of her subordinates were normal. The soldier stammered. Those captives were all dressed in women's clothing. I can't describe them. Huh? Everyone was confused. When they went out to take a look, they were immediately embarrassed and angry. Their decades of self-restraint were all gone. The captives were all elites of the Nia clan who had been abducted from the front lines. Their battle robes embroidered with the emblem of the Nia clan had been stripped off and replaced with gaudy and extremely ill-fitting female clothes. Like prey, They were tied up in a row with a rope, and their feet were also shackled. According to the scout's report, they were chased here by Jiang Pingji's cavalry with a shepherd's whip. The soldiers also found a brocade box hanging around the neck of one of them. The words on it were written in flamboyant calligraphy and looked imposing. Gift to Guangshan? For the Lord Nieliang? One of them took down the brocade box and secretly weighed its weight. Please allow me to examine it, lest there be filth hidden in it and hurt the Lord. A brave general stepped forward and opened the brocade box. He was almost blinded by the jewelry inside. He took a closer look and saw a set of gorgeous jewelry. Underneath it was a set of complicated and gorgeous women's clothing, a sachet, and all kinds of accessories. Everyone was silent. They were speechless, but the anger in their hearts was rising. A set of women's clothing and jewelry was given to the Lord of Guangshan? Immediately, a noble man fainted from anger. The crowd pressed on his philtrum for a long time before he woke up. She's going too far. She's going too far. The noble man was so angry that his fingers were trembling. He had an angry and aggrieved expression. A vicious woman with such filthy, vicious, vulgar thoughts. How is there even an ounce of gentlemanly demeanor in her every move? First, she sent people to attack Nieliang's only son. The next day, she brought people to attack him. She did not fight properly and left after humiliating him. Now, she dressed the captives in women's clothing. She made them put on makeup and makeup. They wore eye-catching red buttocks, cheeks, and blushes. She also gave Nieliang a set of women's clothing. Each of these actions was enough to make one Buddha come into being and two Buddhas ascend to heaven. At this moment, someone in the tent said angrily, "Why don't we give her a set of the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women, and let her know what a woman's duty is? Come on, let's hurt each other." Although Wei Yong did not look at the person, he felt some contempt in his heart. He flatly refused. "No, we're at a disadvantage." What was the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women? It was a malignant tumor that had plagued Zhongzhao for many years. It was an evil thing that the demon empress created to harm Zhongzhao. In the first few years, everyone was against it. However, there were still some who secretly regarded it as a standard. No one knew what they were after. Jiang Pingji's mischief was indeed disgusting, but it was a normal method of confrontation. If one side sent the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women to attack the other party's gender in order to disgust others, it was tantamount to offending all the women in the world. In essence, they were at a disadvantage and could easily bring shame to their lord, Nieliang. When the person saw Wei Yong speak, he was a little angry, but he did not dare to refute. Someone else was not pleased. What did he mean by at a disadvantage? Could it be that Lu Shi the traitor, humiliated the Lord with a set of women's clothing is at a disadvantage? Wei Yong said, "You can send a set of men's clothing over." Everyone was speechless. They all knew that Jiang Pingji initially presented herself as a man. Later, when she became famous at the Huangshui meeting, she changed to a woman. For her, there was actually no difference between men's clothing and women's clothing. If she gave him a set of men's clothing, she might even say thank you. In the summer, she would have an extra set of clothes to change into. She could be shameless enough to say thank you. Could Nieliang respond by thanking her generously for giving him a change of clothes? Wasn't that nonsense? Probably because he had been provoked previously. Nieliang was quite calm in the face of the women's clothing and the women's hair. He said calmly, "The goddess has the intention, but I have no intention." Wei Yong was silent for a moment. He instantly understood Nieliang's response. Chapter 1475. In a few words, Nieliang turned away the humiliation of gifting women's clothes, and made a fool out of Jiang Pingji. According to Nieliang's words, Jiang Pingji gifting him a set of Lu Shi's women's clothes was not a humiliation, but Jiang Pingji shamelessly courting Nieliang. However, he rejected her with the reason that the goddess has the heart, but the king has no desire. At the same time, he pointed out that he had a wife and son, and that Jiang Pingji's age was not suitable for him. He also said that her age was more suitable for his son, cleverly resolving the crisis. Lu Shi is affectionate and righteous. My lord burned the women's clothes as a sacrifice to the flag. If you don't inform her, outsiders will inevitably say that you are heartless. Nieliang looked at Wei Dan and could not help but laugh. In my opinion, Zishan is more romantic. He understands women's thoughts and is unwilling to hurt a beauty's heart. Wei Dan echoed, "My lord, please excuse me." Nieliang asked someone to prepare a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He personally wrote a reply to Jiang Pingji. Under the escort of hundreds of men and horses, the messenger rode a fast horse all the way to Zhangjiang Pass, hoping to deliver the letter before nightfall. The soldiers standing guard on the city wall immediately discovered the small group of enemies. Their nerves tightened and they tightened their grip on the red-tasseled spears in their hands. The guard shouted to the enemy below the city wall, "Who are you?" The atmosphere on and below the city wall was tense, and it seemed like a fight was about to break out. "We are under the orders of our lord to deliver a letter to your lord." The messenger hurriedly expressed his intentions, tied the letter to the arrowhead, and drew his heavy bow, aiming at the top of the city wall. With a soft buzz, the arrow left the bowstring and pierced into the gap between the huge rocks on the city wall. "The letter has been delivered. Farewell." The messenger put away his long bow and cupped his hands in the direction of the city wall. He grabbed the reins and turned the horse around. When the group of people disappeared on horseback, the soldiers guarding the city wall laboriously took the letter down from the city wall and hurriedly delivered it to the commander's tent. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "Nieliang wrote a reply to me? Let me see. Is he writing a letter to scold me in exasperation?" She was very clear about what she had done. No matter how well-mannered she was, she would still be furious. Writing a letter to scold her back was normal. However, Wei Xi and the rest felt that it was not the case. As the most powerful duke in Zhongzhou, Nieliang was not that narrow-minded. Just because Jiang Pingji was mischievous, he wrote a letter to scold her. It was too ungentlemanly and uncultured. In the live stream, Salted Fish craned his neck to read the contents of the letter. Tudu Feichio. Looks like our streamer knows her place. Fortunately, this was ancient times when transportation and communication were not developed. If it were modern times, people would definitely crawl along the network cable to beat you up. Those with even a little bit of self-restraint would also block your door and beat you up. Dudu. I have a question. With the streamer's compatibility, asking her to fight one-on-one is like asking for death, okay? Why did she dare to be so naughty? Wasn't it because she could fight? I also felt sorry for Nieliang. Encountering such an opponent, he would feel aggrieved whether he fought or not. The Salted Fish watched the entire process of Jiang Pingji teasing Nieliang. Even the woman's top and hair were given by the Salted Fish. Jiang Pingji had originally planned to give her a plain set of female clothes, but the Salted Fishes felt that it was inappropriate and insisted on pink and tender ones. Halfway through, a Salted Fish strongly suggested that she might as well give her a set of morning clothes for morning. In her opinion, this suggestion was much worse than her own. Silently glancing at the bullet screen, she felt that these Salted Fishes were really evil. They said that they felt sorry for Nieliang, but in their actions, they could not wait for Jiang Pingji to trample Nieliang to death. Let me see, what did he write? Jiang Pingji muttered as she took out the letter from the box. With a shake of her wrist, she shook the neatly folded letter open. The handwriting is quite nice, and it has the aura of a master. Nieliang is already so sick, but his wrist still wields the brush so vigorously. Jiang Pingji commented with praise and sarcasm, then continued to read the contents. The more she read, the more serious her expression became, and a hint of murderous intent appeared between her brows. Qiguan rang, and the others were waiting for news. When they saw their lord's expression, they knew that the letter was not as simple as it seemed. What's written in the letter? Jiang Pingji was so angry that she slammed the letter on the table. The bronze table made a loud noise, and the four corners of the table suspiciously sank by 2 inches. What's written? I've never seen such a narcissistic person. She could not tolerate that he was even more narcissistic than her. Qiguan Rang stepped forward and said, "May I have a look?" Jiang Pingji hummed. "Take it and read it. Just don't be angry and anything bad will happen to you." Tiguan Rang's face turned ashen after reading it. He handed the letter to Wei Xi, who was closest to him. Wei Xi took it suspiciously, and his expression turned ugly as well. He said, "This is a peace poem." Wei Xi had lived in Zhongzhou for many years in his previous life, so he was naturally familiar with the customs there. Around the flower festival, most of the gentry ladies would get busy and participate in various banquets and poetry meetings. At the same time, men of suitable age would also be invited. To put it bluntly, it was a large-scale matchmaking event. If a woman was interested in a man, she would write a gloomy courtship poem on a handkerchief or a sachet to show off her talent. After the man received it, if he was interested in the woman, he would accept the gift. If he was not interested, he would write a peace poem to reject the gift. Of course, this was a custom from more than 20 years ago. It was once considered a major festival in Zhongzhou. Ever since the Demon Empress wrote the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women to restrain the women of the world and impart virtue to them, this tradition was also treated as trash and abandoned. Not to mention matchmaking, exchanging keepsakes in private, even if they met once, it was immoral. Nieliang wrote this as a reply to convey a message. Don't think too highly of yourself, I'm not interested in you. Tiguan Rang snorted coldly. This Nieliang can't be underestimated. It was obviously a great humiliation, but not only did he endure it, but he also retaliated beautifully, making Jiang Pingji suffer in silence. He was impressive. Wei Xi's expression was cold, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, his heart was definitely not as calm as he looked. Didn't he see that the letter was about to be crushed into a ball? They were all waiting for Jiang Pingji's decision. Would she write a reply or something else? Jiang Pingji appeared to be free and easy. She said, "What reply? The 2 feudal lords frequently communicate with each other. What will the future generations say? Nieliang has already decided on the matter of the women's clothing. If I write again, won't it prove his words? Just ignore him and fight on the battlefield." She really didn't take this matter to heart. At most, she felt that Nieliang was quite narcissistic. Everyone felt like a fishbone was stuck in their throats. They couldn't wait to run to Nieliang and get back at him. Don't take this matter to heart. It's just a small trick. Let's meet him on the battlefield. It's getting late. Let's disperse. Everyone dispersed. Those who had work to do and those who had meals ate. Only Wei Xi sneaked back. Jiang Pingji seemed to have expected it. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at him with a smile. Are you jealous, Zixiao? Wei Xi sighed. Why would I be jealous because of this? He was just worried that his lord was really angry, and was putting up a strong front in order not to worry others. Looking at it now, she really didn't take Nieliang's counterattack to heart. Why did he feel an inexplicable heartache? Chapter 1476. That's a pity. I wanted to see your jealous expression. Jiang Pingji smiled. You're always so calm. Girls sometimes feel insecure. Sometimes, I doubt whether Zixiao's feelings for me are the loyalty of a subject to the emperor, or the love of a man for a woman. Zixiao doesn't intend to give me a response to this. Let me be at ease. Wei Xi closed and opened his eyes again. His gaze was still clear and bright. He knew the woman in front of him too well. She would never worry about the gains and losses of a relationship. He understood this in his previous life. If she really fell in love like an ordinary woman, she would not be the Her Majesty that Wei Xi knew. Jiang Pingji felt a little awkward under his gaze. She coughed lightly. All right, I won't flirt with you anymore. I just wanted to see your jealous reaction. You can't even satisfy me with this. Wei Xi admitted. Of course I feel jealous. It's human nature. Why does my lord think that I don't have the emotions that a normal man should have? Jiang Pingji said. Probably because of the posture? Wei Xi was speechless. The salted fish who were watching the conversation between the two of them instantly received tens of thousands of points of critical damage. Driving in front of 5 million salted fish, don't the two of you have a conscience? Guikai guo fengxiao. Oh, is it only me who's curious about their posture when they're in harmony? To the previous comment, 404 warning. We're currently cleaning up the internet. We're cracking down on pornography and illegal publications. Take it easy. The salted fish twitched their mouths. It was fine for the streaming room to serialize pornography and illegal publications, but the crackdown on pornography and illegal publications could not reach here. Moreover, yes, Henfengquang. No, the person driving is the streamer. Shouldn't 404 warning be given to her? They were just salted fish who were watching and chatting. Not only did they have to be fed dog food by the streamer, but they were also accidentally injured by 404. It was too pitiful. Jiang Pingji said. Zixiao, did you come back to make me unhappy? Wei Xi admitted honestly. I'm just worried that Niel Yang's wording will hurt my lord. Jiang Pingji said. There's nothing to worry about. For you and Wenzheng, it's a disgrace to your reputation, but it's a trivial matter to me. Niel Yang mustered all his strength to counterattack, but he hit cotton. I felt sorry for him. Zixiao, let me tell you something. In my previous life, I was devastatingly beautiful. My looks were many times better than Lu Shi's face. My figure was also very good. There are so many people who like me. I remember there was a guy with a mental problem. He lived in the same neighborhood as me. He was married and had a child. After the first time we met, he spent all day fantasizing that I liked him and loved him to death. She rarely took the initiative to mention her past life, so Wei Xi listened attentively. Knowing that she was entangled by such a strange person, Wei Xi couldn't help but worry. And then? Did he offend you? How can that be? If I'm harmed by him, I might as well kneel in front of the old leader and die. It's too embarrassing. Jiang Pingji waved her hand and said, that person crazily imagined that I liked him. He even posted my portrait on a public platform and passionately confessed to me. He imagined that I also loved him to death. It's worth mentioning that his wife was even weirder. She cried and threw a tantrum several times, telling me not to seduce her husband. Wei Xi frowned when he heard that. Could it be that this couple has lost their minds? Jiang Pingji shrugged and said, they weren't crazy, but there was something wrong with their brains. There was a limit to my tolerance. I beat them up and hung them at a height of 160 stories for 2 days. In order to avoid trouble from public opinion, I smeared them with the military's newly developed invisibility liquid and silencing equipment. Then I found a lawyer to sue them and sent them to a mental hospital for a few days. Jiang Pingji wasn't an orthodox person from a military school. She believed in using violence to curb violence. At that time, she was a genetic warrior with a secret identity. She had to carry out extremely dangerous missions at any time, so her identity couldn't be exposed, let alone her portrait on a public platform. Because of that, she was reprimanded by her superior. Jiang Pingji was so angry that she vented her anger on the couple. Because she did it secretly, she was fine. Otherwise, she would have been criticized. She said, I've even seen such a weirdo. Niel Yang's is just a piece of cake. Wei Xi was speechless. Jiang Pingji was about to proudly talk about other glorious deeds, when the old chief sent her a private message. You Abba. Hang them at a height of 160 stories? Jiang Pingji replied. I brought oxygen patches and thermal pads for them. They won't die from the cold or suffocation at high altitudes. You Abba. Although it violated military law, I wasn't a part of the military at that time. My hands and feet were clean. Others couldn't catch me. The old chief had mixed feelings. She was like a class teacher, watching the students who graduated from her class confess the pranks they did when they were students. Such a mischievous student was definitely not taught by her. The old chief was doubting his life. Wei Xi also had mixed feelings. He suddenly realized that the place his lord lived in her previous life was a world he couldn't imagine. Only the environment there could make her so open-minded. Wei Xi and the others were filled with righteous indignation at Niel Yang's counterattack. Who asked Niel Yang to use the lord's reputation as a ruse? But the person involved didn't care at all. He laughed bitterly to himself. The Lord wouldn't worry about personal gains and losses because of feelings, but he would. Especially when he realized how big of a gap there was between their worldviews. He became more and more flustered. Instead of that, it would be better to stay at a distance like in her previous life. Perhaps it would be better. The human heart was greedy. After tasting a little sweetness, they would hope for more and be closer. Sometimes Wuxia would despise himself for acting like this. He was bashful, and it was really not pleasant. Just as Wuxia was lost in his thoughts, a shadow came over his head. It turned out that Jiang Pingji had come to him. I wanted to see your jealous look earlier. Now that I've seen it, my heart aches. Am I not torturing myself? Jiang Pingji was originally a person who didn't understand things. Or rather, she was abnormally slow when it came to relationships. She rarely cared about others. She had been in contact with salted fish for so many years, and had unintentionally changed a lot. Zixiao, were you feeling uneasy just now? Can you tell me why? Wuxia naturally didn't want to say it. Those thoughts were really hard to talk about. However, he never knew how to reject what she wanted to do, and what she wanted to obtain. I'm delusional. Is it possible for me to monopolize the person in front of me in this life? He didn't dare to think that way in his previous life. In his previous life, he even went against his will to persuade her to secretly select outstanding men to serve in the palace. It was impossible for the emperor to only have one person by his bedside. This was very dangerous and not good for politics. If the emperor doted on one person, the possibility of his maternal relatives being loved would greatly increase. Historically, it wasn't a good thing for relatives to interfere in politics. Chapter 1477. What, you don't know how to speak? Jiang Pingji waved her hand in front of Wuxi's face, but he still had a cute, lifeless look. Wuxia was too calm and composed. It was as if he could maintain a calm and dignified attitude at all times. It was rare to see him lose his composure like this. Jiang Pingji was not in a hurry to make him come back to his senses. Instead, she smiled and admired him. Wuxia blushed under her scorching gaze. And my lord. Wuxia felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. His ears were filled with the sound of his heartbeat. It was so loud that he could not help but wonder if Jiang Pingji could hear it. As he thought about it, his face, which was already 90% cooked, immediately became very cooked. Jiang Pingji's thumb twitched as she looked at him. Unfortunately, this was a military camp. She did not mind, but she had to take care of Wuxia. A melon that was forcefully taken would not be sweet. That person, his surname is Wei, given name Ci, courtesy name Zixiao. This sentence was almost said with his earlobe in her mouth. Her hot breath blew on his sensitive ear, making his mouth and tongue feel hot. Jiang Pingji did not close the streaming room. Their interaction was watched by salted fish. Glistening Star Master. Host, are you trying to take revenge on us? Previously, we held back for so many years and didn't touch Beauty Ci. Now we have to eat their dog food every few days. I'm full of dog food. The live broadcast room is filled with the smell of dog abuse. Yaoing Yun. Sob. Asterisk. Streamer, you've changed. In the past, you only flirted with salted fish, but now you only flirted with Beauty Ci. Nia Biling. Host, tell me, are all of us 5 million years old salted fish not as attractive as Beauty Ci? Are we salted fish not salty enough, or is your standards of beauty too high? Look here, there are still 5 million salted fish waiting for you. Tutofetio. Have some self-awareness. A salted fish is not as important as a beauty. The salted fishes silently watched the two display their affection, and felt stifled. This livestream was too unfriendly to single salted fishes. They thought that the host would stay single with them until the end of time, but they didn't expect that she would secretly betray the organization. Jiang Pingji still had some integrity. She did not do anything shameful in front of 5 million salted fish. She stopped flirting after a while. Wuxia spent a lot of energy to suppress the waves of excitement in his heart and regain his composure. My lord. Cough. Why did my lord suddenly say this? Wuxia had a reserved temperament. Even though he had seen his majesty in his previous life, he was still a little embarrassed when faced with his lord's straightforwardness and boldness. Jiang Pingji said. A salted fish once told me that even if a relationship is established, the other half will panic if there is no promise. Wei Xi looked puzzled. Salted fish. Jiang Pingji said. Salted fish is fish that is marinated in salt and dried in the sun. The saltier it is, the more it goes with rice. There was a time when she was browsing through the bullet screen records out of boredom, and happened to see such a sentence. At first, she was careless and thought that it was unnecessary. However, the situation just now reminded her that even the smartest person would be hesitant and uncertain when it came to feelings. She could afford to make a promise. Wei Xi didn't ask why the dried salted fish could speak, because when his lord spoke, he really couldn't understand. Jiang Pingji glanced at the bullet screen and happened to see a comment. Cafeteria Daffin Auntie. What the streamer means is that Zixiao is the saltiest among all the salted fish, so you picked him to eat. Wu Hanyu. Amazing, my boss, your reading comprehension must be full marks. Ling Dian Xianmeng. The case is solved. We can't compete with Beauty CI because we aren't as salty as him. Jiang Pingji smiled awkwardly but politely. The salted fish were still chatting and laughing. Jiang Pingji secretly rolled her eyes. I'm afraid Nieliang won't let this go easily. After Wei Xi calmed down a little, he entered work mode. The charming and ambiguous atmosphere disappeared completely, making people sigh at his ability unwillingly. After a man and a woman confided their feelings to each other. If they didn't have some inappropriate content, wouldn't it be a waste of the atmosphere that was created with great difficulty? The two of them, on the other hand, switched between love and work mode at will. Jiang Pingji said, he definitely won't let this go easily, but this is also what I want. Isn't it better that Nieliang is willing to take the initiative to send troops? It saves me the risk of going out of seclusion, and increasing the risk. If they attack forcefully, it's mostly a probing attack. They won't use all their strength right from the start. There were more than 200,000 troops on Nieliang's side. This was not a false number, it was a real 200,000 troops. From this, it could be seen how much pressure Jiang Pingji was under to guard the pass. However, she was sure that the outcome of this battle would be decided in at most half a year. Who asked Nieliang to have a short life? If the lord of a force died of illness in front of the battle, even if the heir stepped forward to stabilize the situation, the morale of the army and their combat power would be greatly reduced. Apart from that, the Nie camp still had Nieyang, who carried the system fragment and had ill intentions towards Nieliang and Nieqing. In Jiang Pingji's opinion, the scales of victory and defeat were already tilted towards her. Wei Xi reminded her, there are still a few batches of our army's supplies that haven't arrived yet. Jiang Pingji said, I know, I can't show my fear. Nieliang was a shrewd person. If Jiang Pingji showed any signs of lacking confidence, he could not guarantee that he would use all his troops to attack forcefully. After thinking about it, Jiang Pingji asked someone to call Qiguan Rang over to discuss the plan. When Qiguan Rang came over, he discreetly scanned their cheeks, lips, necks, and other places. After confirming that there were no suspicious traces, he bowed to Jiang Pingji and nodded to Wei Xi to greet him. He calmly took a seat at the head of the tent. Jiang Pingji said, I'm worried that Nieliang will lead his troops to attack Zhanjiang Pass in the near future. Qiguan Rang could not help but laugh in his heart. His lord had been mischievous a few times in a row. Even the most cultured person would explode, let alone a feudal lord. Wasn't it normal for Nieliang to lead his troops to attack? However, Nieliang's temperament determined that he would not put all his eggs in one basket if he was not confident. It's most likely a test, a feint attack. Don't panic, my lord. Jiang Pingji said, that's true, but we can't let the other party test our depth. Qiguan Rang asked, what does my lord want to do? Jiang Pingji said, discuss the matter of guarding the pass, how to arrange and settle the troops and supplies. Compared to defense, Jiang Pingji was better at attacking. She had not deeply studied ancient defensive tactics. It was safer to consult a professional about things that she did not understand. Qiguan Rang was undoubtedly the professional among professionals. Everyone knew that Nieliang would lead his troops to get back at them, but they did not expect Nieliang to act so quickly and impatiently. Wei Xi secretly sighed with emotion. His lord's ability to infuriate people was becoming more and more exquisite. He did not have much contact with Nieliang, but he more or less knew some things through the narration of his elder brother in his previous life. His lord could be proud that she could make Nieliang break through her power. Chapter 1478. Report. The messenger hurriedly ran out of the commander's tent. Jiang Pingji asked him, "What's the matter?" "The enemy has gathered 70,000 men and horses outside the pass. They're only an hour away from us." Jiang Pingji had just gotten out of bed and washed up. She heard the news before she even had breakfast. She said, "Nieliang is really fast. Looks like he's pissed off by me." Jiang Pingji didn't sound worried at all. Instead, she was full of pride and joy. She had kept her god-slaying sword for a long time. Even though she saw blood yesterday, it wasn't satisfying enough. Today, the enemy took the initiative to come to her door. If she didn't accept it, she would be letting down Nieliang's kindness. Quickly informed the whole army to prepare for battle. They had to fight a war, but they had to eat too. People were made of iron, and rice was made of steel. They would starve if they skipped a meal. Jiang Pingji seized the time to eat. Her breakfast consisted of 10 plain white steamed buns, a stack of pickled vegetables, and a salted fish. She had a big appetite. She only felt full after eating 10 plain white steamed buns with pickled vegetables and salted fish. Many people in the streaming room liked to watch her eat. Seeing her eat with such relish, they had the illusion that instant noodles had become a delicacy. She finished her breakfast in 5 minutes. Everyone arrived one after another. The enemy was coming aggressively. Jiang Pingji and the others didn't waste any time. They followed Qiguan Rang's plan and defended the pass. On the city wall, Jiang Pingji stepped on the battlement and looked at the vast expanse of darkness at the end of the horizon. "Can't I really lead the troops out of the pass to fight them?" Qiguan Rang said coldly. "No. If my lord goes down, do you think the gate will be closed or open? If it was closed, would they stay on the city wall and watch their lord being imprisoned? If it was open, they could support their lord at any time. Wouldn't that be opening a convenient door for the enemy to break through? If they wanted to go down to defend the city, their lord was really hopeless." Sun Wen, who was beside her, also had an indescribable expression. Jiang Pingji refreshed his understanding of the word lord at any time. After thinking about it, his grandson was still the best. He was obedient. When the enemy attacked the city, he could focus on doing his job. Although Sun Lan and Fengyi were young, they were more reliable. Sun Wen was very comforted. Jiang Pingji was chased off the city wall. She could only touch White's neck and sigh. "My broadsword is hungry and thirsty. It can't withstand the little princess's prohibition." De Bai's hooves scraped against the ground, creating a shallow crater. Snorting was clearly a little anxious. Jiang Pingji kissed it and said, "You want to kill the enemy with me, right?" White barked like a human, as if agreeing with Jiang Pingji's words. The lifespan of a warhorse was limited. Its golden years were only a few years. When White was less than a year old, Lu Shi bought it and gave it to the original owner, Lu Shi. However, the original owner of the body liked to study and did not like to wear a military uniform. As a descendant of a warhorse, White could only be led to pull a carriage. After that, it followed Jiang Pingji and accompanied her on her expeditions. White's ferocious nature was completely liberated. Midway through, she got pregnant and went offline for a few years. Now that she had finally returned to the battlefield, she was not satisfied. White acted coquettishly towards Jiang Pingji, barking and licking her. He looked like he was clinging to her. Jiang Pingji could not resist Whitey's enthusiasm. She could only smile and promise to bring it along in the next battle. It's hard to forget the beauty's grace. As a horse's beauty, White's enthusiasm was indeed not something an ordinary person could withstand. At the same time, the main force of the Nya army was very close to Zhanjiang Pass. Looking at the densely packed enemy on the city wall, the general of the Nya army suddenly felt a sense of heroism. Get into formation. Even though his lord Nieliang had given the order to feign an attack to test the enemy, He also hoped that Jiang Pingji would suffer some losses in today's battle. How are the preparations on the city wall? The city wall was a chaotic place. Jiang Pingji could guarantee her own safety, but Qiguan Rang and the others would not allow her to take risks. Therefore, she could only temporarily stay at the back and understand the situation at the front line through the messenger. Since she knew that they had to defend the pass, Jiang Pingji ordered people to build trenches and temporary barricades outside Zhanjiang Pass to assist in defending the city. The messenger said. The military counselor said that everything is ready. Jiang Pingji asked again. How many archers did the enemy bring? How many weapons do they have? Zhongzhao's military force had always been the strongest among the 5 countries. Whether it was the quality of the soldiers' combat power, or the technical level of the weapons, they surpassed the other 4 countries. This was also the main reason why Zhongzhao could intimidate the other countries. After Zhongzhao was destroyed, the Nie family successively recovered various places and took over the military forces left behind by the royal family of Zhongzhao. Their overall strength could not be underestimated. Even if it was a feint, Jiang Pingji would not let down her guard. The messenger was prepared and answered in detail. Jiang Pingji took a deep breath. She could only suppress her emotions and continue to wait for the battle report from the front line. She believed that Qiguan Rang and Sun Wen would not let Nie Liang take advantage of them if they joined forces. However, the battlefield was ever-changing, and no one could guarantee anything. Jiang Pingji's hearing was excellent. Even if she stayed at the back, she could vaguely hear the war drums and shouts from the front line. Listening to the movements, the 2 sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Although the enemy was feigning an attack, they were serious. The Nie army led the way with wooden carriages equipped with thick shields to resist the tide-like rain of arrows falling from the city wall. The soldiers took the opportunity to advance, approaching the city wall of Zhanjiang Pass with scaling ladders. Although there were several trenches, they could not stop them for long. The enemy used wooden planks to level the ground and smoothly crossed over. Qiguan Rang was not surprised when he saw the situation. He ordered the soldiers to control the bed crossbows and shoot at the people in the designated positions. The penetrating power of the ballistae was much stronger than that of the arrows. A thick arrow landed on the wooden carriage's shield, instantly piercing through the shield and the carriage. The force of the arrow was so great that it instantly destroyed the chariot. However, as soon as a gap appeared, the Nie army's soldiers immediately filled it with bronze shields. Qiguan Rang said. How are the rolling stones and burning oil? The deputy general said. Everything is ready. Don't worry, military counselor. Qiguan Rang was not under much pressure. The enemy's advance was not fast. The situation on Sun Wen's side was similar. After the 2 sides fought for a while, the general of the Nie army realized something was wrong. He realized that the enemy's archery was terrifyingly accurate, especially those thick arrows. They had a long range, great strength, and high accuracy. These were not enough to make him feel afraid, but the enemy's combat power was beyond his expectations. The communication was too backward. The distance between Dongqing and Zhongzhao was not close. Even if Nie Liang made Jiang Pingji the #1 enemy to pay attention to, the speed of gathering information between the 2 places could not keep up with the speed of upgrading the woodworking workshop. Fighting a war was not only about manpower and logistics, but also about the level of technology. In the past, because everyone's level was low, the difference could not be seen. Now it was different. Jiang Pingji spent a huge amount of money on the woodworking workshop every year. If Zhang Ping and the others did not give her some real goods, would she give up? Because of the inconvenience of communication, the information held by the 2 families was not equal. Of course, not every soldier could be equipped with sophisticated equipment such as crossbows. Jiang Pingji did not have that much money. Chapter 1479. #Oh my God, Her Majesty's tomb has been opened. Wei Si's face was deathly still. He clenched his teeth and stood at the entrance of the imperial mausoleum. He did not know what had happened. In the blink of an eye, the warm spring of March had turned into July. The unfamiliar environment made him tremble. When he saw the introduction in front of the imperial mausoleum, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was angry and sad. The Jiang dynasty had a total of 13 emperors. The imperial mausoleum was called the Chen Mausoleum, and it was the only imperial mausoleum that was open to the public. Wuxia did not know what kind of mentality the descendants of the later generations had. They actually allowed the imperial mausoleum to be visited and disturbed the peace of the ancestors. It was really, thinking about it, he did not know what words to use to express the grief and anger in his heart. He could only hold the ticket tightly. He was pushed through the inspection like a piece of wood and entered the first door of the imperial mausoleum. Although it was an imperial mausoleum, the layout did not feel gloomy, but it was not extravagant either. Instead, it looked spacious and simple. There was a long stone corridor leading to the imperial mausoleum. The two walls were carved with the great and small deeds of the great ancestor from her youth to her old age. Passing through the stone corridor seemed to be looking at her life. As one of the famous tourist attractions in the country, the imperial mausoleum had a limit on the number of tourists it could receive every day. The tickets were often in short supply. Wuxia followed the crowd for about 100 meters and saw several tour groups. The tour guides were introducing the historical deeds represented by the murals to the tourists. Wuxia pursed his lips and staggered forward. His pale face made him look like a ghost in the imperial mausoleum. He heard one of the tour guides say, "The mural we are looking at now is the famous great ancestor's admonition." It warned the young emperor of the time not to hold a grand funeral. All the funerary objects should be replaced with ordinary clay. No living people, jade, gold, silver, copper, iron, and the like should be buried with them. This also became a custom passed down by the Jiang dynasty emperors. According to historical records, the most extravagant emperor in the history of the Jiang dynasty was Jiang Renzong. The funerary objects were only 2 more pure gold medals than his ancestors. This also made the funerary customs of the Jiang dynasty extremely simple. At the same time, the imperial mausoleum of this period was also the last target of the tomb raiders because there was no profit at all. The imperial mausoleum could be considered poor, but the area was not small. It was divided into 5 parts. The stone corridor recorded the events of the emperor's life, the main tomb where the emperor's coffin was buried, the abode where the emperor's calligraphy was buried, the official hall, where the statues of the emperor's ministers were placed, and finally, the outer hall, where the statues of thousands of soldiers were placed. According to historical records, except for the current empress, the tombs of the previous 12 emperors were exactly the same. Opening the Chen Mausoleum was equivalent to looking at the tombs of the other 11 emperors. Wuxia followed the crowd and walked through the stone corridor. There were many people, but fortunately his body was tall enough to stand out from the crowd. He endured the redness in his eyes as he stood in a corner at the end of the stone corridor, slowly calming down. At this moment, he heard a young female voice speak out the voice in his heart. A great humiliation. Although the imperial family had handed over their authority and become a constitutional monarch, they were not completely dead. They were actually forced to open their ancestors' mausoleum. Wuxia tilted his head and looked at the source of the voice. He saw a 6 or 7-year-old girl with a straight face and slightly red eyes. "Do you think it's a humiliation too?" Wuxia asked her. The girl said, "Isn't it?" Wuxia saw that the girl looked kind, and even had the urge to get close to her. "There are too many people here. Shall I take you somewhere else to wait for your family to come?" There were too many kidnappers. This girl was so pretty, so she might be unlucky. The girl glanced at him, pursed her lips, and held out her hand. Wuxia held her hand and walked forward. He asked casually, "Why did you say it's a great humiliation just now?" The girl said coldly, "Nearly 100 years ago, the power of the people rose and encouraged the people to force the imperial family to reform. The imperial family's influence gradually weakened. The empress of that generation made a decision and took the initiative to sign a constitutional monarch treaty. However, the imperial family is still the imperial family. There are always people who are worried that the empress will return, so they repeatedly tested the bottom line. The imperial family had already delegated power. Besides a small amount of military power, They basically had no other reliance. They had no choice but to compromise. More than 20 years ago, the mausoleum of Emperor Chen collapsed. The outside world wanted to send experts to intervene in the restoration of the mausoleum under the pretext of protecting the mausoleum, so that they could study the history of that period. Then they made an unreasonable request to make it a scenic spot. Wuxia trembled. That's too much. Then why did they delegate power and establish a constitution? Because. The girl tilted her head and pondered for a while. She said sadly, times are always moving forward. The imperial family can't keep up with the changes. If they stubbornly seize the power of the imperial family and don't let go, they are bound to fight against the trend of the entire era. One of the two has to be sacrificed. The imperial family chose to sacrifice their own interests. On one hand, they are thinking about the stability of the entire country. On the other hand, they are also thinking about long-term survival. There was no change that didn't require blood and sacrifice, unless one side took the initiative to give in and allow the change to happen. Wuxia felt like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He almost didn't know how to respond. But the girl's expression suddenly became more severe. She muttered, "The imperial family giving in doesn't mean that they don't remember this feud. Delegating power doesn't mean that they will really be trampled on by others. The feud of being forced to open the mausoleum of the ancestors will be settled sooner or later." The core of this era was technology. The imperial family had never lost in this. Sooner or later, the power of capital that rose during the chaos would lose all the underwear of their ancestors. Ancestors? A trace of astonishment flashed in Wuxi's eyes. Before he could think more, two mature women with excellent temperaments blocked their way. Crown Princess Huichang. The girl asked coldly, "Can't I come to visit the ancestors during the Dragon Boat Festival?" At this moment, Wuxia realized that the girl was holding a string of dumplings in her other hand. This girl was indeed. "Madam is angry that you ran away from home without saying anything," the girl said. "It's not the first day she knows that I like to run away from home. At most, she will go back and punish me." The two empresses from the time of the Constitution were quite gentle and soft, at least on the surface. The girl's mother appeared to be good-tempered to outsiders. Who knew how cruel she was when she was angry and hit her daughter? "I'll be back after I put the dumplings in." The main mausoleum of Emperor Chen was not open to the public unless it was a special occasion, but the descendants of the imperial family could come to worship their ancestors. Wuxia found something strange. The two women who called the girl Crown Princess Huichang didn't see him. The girl pulled Wuxia through the secret passage to the main mausoleum of the imperial mausoleum. The surroundings were empty, except for the lights near the dome. There was only one coffin in the main mausoleum of the imperial mausoleum, but there were two corpses buried in it. Other than the direct descendants of the imperial family, no one knew the identity of the other male corpse. Some gossip experts did all kinds of research, but unfortunately, they didn't guess correctly. The girl was baffled. The male corpse in the coffin was also her ancestor. To put it bluntly, it was her family matter. What was the point of outsiders studying it? Wuxia saw the girl put the two dumplings on a plate and respectfully saluted her. She said, "This is the first time I've seen my ancestor's spirit. The portrait left by my ancestor is quite realistic. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recognized it." Wuxia was speechless. This child was a bit smart. "I'm here to see her." "What happens after you see her?" Chapter 1480. Even if it was a tentative attack, the troops under Nieliang's command were not pushovers. They actually put a certain amount of pressure on Zhangjiang Pass. However, Qiguanrang had considered this long ago. He made full use of the terrain of Zhangjiang Pass. While commanding on the city wall, he ordered the archers and soldiers who operated the crossbows to focus on attacking the weakest parts of the enemy's formation. Combined with the terrain, the speed of Nieliang's army's advance was greatly reduced. Jiang Pingji waited at the back for a while. She could not sit still anymore. Although the messengers would send back the important information of the battlefield, It was not as good as seeing it with her own eyes. It's been almost 15 minutes. The enemy still has no intention of retreating? At present, there were not many casualties on both sides. When Nie Liang's army set up ladders and covered the battering pillars to hit the city gate, the casualties would increase dramatically, because it would be crowded at that time. Even a blind man could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. When the attacking side climbed the wall using ladders or ropes, the defending side would knock people down. According to the height of the city gate of Zhangjiang Pass, it would basically be a child falling down. If they really entered this stage, the losses of Nie Liang's army would be much greater than now. Jiang Pingji muttered, "It's just a feint. Why work so hard?" She was bored out of her mind. The salted fish in the streaming room were even more bored than her. The battle report was not exciting enough. They wanted to watch the battle at the front line. Just listening to the battle report felt like scratching an itch. It was better not to listen, but it was even more uncomfortable. Fitness Darren. Hey, why is Nie Liang working so hard this time? Streamer, don't you have any idea? If she didn't anger Nie Liang, why would he be so angry? Slimming Gazai. I now feel like a player who participated in the World Cup, but sat on the bench from beginning to end. He watched his teammates gallop on the field, but he could only be moldy from idleness. Isn't the streamer a husky? Can you stand squatting at the back? Although many salted fish complained that the streaming room was too bloody and violent, there were also many salted fish who liked it. Jiang Pingji was a battle maniac who fought on the front line, but now she was sitting on the bench. Those salted fish felt bad for her. The salted fish fanned the flames. Jiang Pingji was someone who could not sit still. She immediately decided to climb up the city wall and join in. Everyone. The flames of war raged on the city walls. The enemy army had already set up ladders in an attempt to scale the walls and fight. Qiguan Rang and his companion were able to keep their composure. The enemy did not panic after setting up the ladder. They waited for them to climb 2/3 of the way up before pushing the ladder down. The ropes they threw up were treated the same way. However, the same method did not work every time. The enemies swarmed over like hornets and gathered under the city walls. The enemy archers used arrows that had been smeared with black oil to disrupt the guards on the walls. At the same time, they provided cover for the soldiers climbing the walls. Their coordination was excellent. The area of the city walls was limited, and the number of guards was naturally limited as well. If these people panicked, they would not be able to effectively push the enemy down, and the city walls would definitely fall. Qiguan Rang and Sun Wen would not make such a mistake. The soldiers under Jiang Pingji's command were the most obedient. They had been brainwashed by the camp's political commissar for a few years after they entered the military camp. Even if they were all afraid of death, when the horn sounded, they would still rush forward, because their bodies had already formed a reflex response to the command. Sun Wen was still merciful. He ordered the soldiers in the watchtower to observe the abnormal movements of the enemy's rear defense line. He also ordered the archers to divide into 3 waves. The first wave would shoot at the enemy archers at the front line below the city walls. After shooting, they would retreat half a step and let another wave of archers fill in the gaps as much as possible. The third wave was responsible for the enemies who tried to climb up the city walls. In addition, there were soldiers holding red-tasseled spears. They aimed at the enemy's eyes, cheeks, throats, and other parts and directly stabbed them down. There seemed to be many soldiers on the city walls, but the rhythm of the battle was fast and steady. Qiguan Rang's side was much more ruthless. Not only did archers and soldiers with long spears interfere with climbing the walls, but he also poured water and burned charcoal. When a basin of boiling hot water was poured down, the faces of the soldiers at the top of the ladders were basically scalded. The soldiers at the bottom were not only hit in the face by objects thrown from high up in the sky, but the unlucky ones were also splashed by hot water and charcoal. If it was not for the lack of time, Qiguan Rang wanted to embed iron caltrops on the battlements of the city walls. If the enemy dared to climb the wall, their hands and feet would be pierced and bloody. However, this proposal was rejected by his lord. The reason was simple. Iron caltrops are not made of iron. In addition to these routine operations, Qiguan Rang also hung iron planks covered with thick iron nails on the city walls. The soldiers only needed to loosen the ropes to stab the iron planks at the enemies who tried to climb the wall. When they pulled the ropes back, the corpses of the enemies, which were riddled with holes, would be knocked down the city walls. After a wave of probing, the enemies could not successfully climb the city walls. On the other hand, Liang carefully noted down the defensive objects used by the enemies on the city walls. The first wave of attack did not gain much of an advantage. Jun did not give up. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to push dozens of catapults. The catapults of this era were not Jiang Pingji's original creation. They were also used on a large scale during the war. They could be considered a weapon of mass destruction in war. The giant catapults she used to attack Chang'an district had been improved several times. Their overall performance, whether it was the accuracy of the fixed-point projectiles, the projectile distance, or the force of the attack, was much higher than the average standard of this era. Of course, as a big country among the 5 countries, Zhongzhao's technological level was not low. Even if the power of the catapults in front of them was not as good as the ones prepared by Jiang Pingji, they were not weak. Thinking of this, Qi Guanrang, who had originally planned to hide his trump card, had no choice but to reveal one of his trump cards. The size and transportation of the catapults were a big problem. Jiang Pingji asked Zhang Ping and the others to research other models of catapults. They gave up a certain carrying capacity in exchange for a longer throwing distance and more dexterity, further simplifying the operation. The simplified operation meant that the time from loading, throwing, and firing of the catapults was shortened. When the enemy fired one shot, their side could throw 3 times and adjust the angle of the projectile, who wouldn't hurt each other. Although the power of the catapults was great, Zhanjiang Pass was a dangerous pass. The stones used to build the city walls were huge stones used to build the Great Wall. They were huge and dense. It was difficult for ordinary heavy objects to pose a threat. Liang's army had obviously considered this point, so they aimed at the soldiers on the city walls. Because of the height of the city walls, the distance of the catapults could not be too far, which happened to be within the range of the ballistae on the city walls. When Zhang ordered the soldiers to aim at the joints of their catapults, Qi Guanrang's expression was solemn. Seeing the enemy deploy the catapults, he was already in a bad mood. When he heard the familiar voice, he almost choked. "My lord, it's dangerous here. Please leave immediately." Qi Guanrang was well aware of the power of the catapults. Even if his side retaliated, the casualties would not be reduced. Chapter 1481. Jiang Pingji looked helpless. She said, "Don't panic. Do you know how to be steady?" Qi Guanrang's most precious feather fan was thrown aside. If he was not rational, he would have carried her away. Whether he could win or not, that was another matter. "My lord," Jiang Pingji said, "if you have the time to persuade me, do as I say. Order people to adjust the angle of attack and aim at the joints of the enemy's catapult. As long as their catapult is destroyed, the crisis will naturally be resolved. If not, order people to use fire arrows." Most catapult carts were made of wood. It was not that it was bad to use metal, but because the smelting technology was not good, there was not much copper and iron produced. If the catapult was made of metal, it would not be easy to transport in war. The cost was high, so wood was better. Because it was made of wood, the joints were either tied with mortise and tenon or thick ropes. The former was fine, but the latter was easy to loosen. If fire arrows or crossbows were used to aim at the joints, they should be able to hit the enemy's catapult. If one arrow did not work, use 2 arrows. If 2 arrows did not work, use 3 arrows. They could not be restricted and let the enemy attack freely. Qi Guanrang saw that his lord was unmoved and could only sigh. He was secretly prepared to apologize. If his lord was injured, he would be the scapegoat. Who asked him to not be able to persuade his lord? Instead, he indulged her? Yes. Qi Guanrang immediately passed down the order. While continuing to target the enemy who tried to climb the wall, some people were sent to deal with the catapult. Jiang Pingji said, "Fortunately, we are defending the city. The catapult can be covered by the wall. Otherwise, it would most likely be the same result." Guanrang was speechless. To be honest, he knew about burning the catapult. If Jiang Pingji did not come, he would have done the same, but to aim at the joints, Guanrang understood a little. Why did his lord like carpentry so much? It was not without its benefits. The enemy used the catapult to attack the city. Naturally, they would not carelessly leave an empty space. The catapult was also heavily protected. Jiang Pingji asked a soldier operating the crossbow to stand up and give his seat to her. Although she could not kill to her heart's content, she could also show off her archery skills. Seeing this, Guanrang could only sigh and ask the soldiers to protect her to prevent her from being injured by stray arrows. The power of the ballistae was obvious to all, not to mention the fact that the ballistae they were using now were the strengthened version that had been improved several times. Not only did it have additional parts to assist in aiming, but its shooting range was also much better than the original version. The battle cries were deafening outside, but Jiang Pingji had no distractions. All she had to do was aim and fire. This version of the bed crossbow also had an enhanced continuous firing function. There was no need to stop shooting when reloading the arrows, because there were other soldiers helping to reload. For the sake of safety, the other soldiers who operated the ballistae chose to attack the base or other fixed parts of the catapult. Jiang Pingji chose to attack the lever of the catapult. Even though the lever could move, for Jiang Pingji, a fixed target and a moving target were the same. In addition, choosing the lever as a target also had its advantages. At the very least, it wouldn't be as crowded as the base. From the perspective of the salted fish, they did not even know which catapult Jiang Pingji had chosen, let alone the location of the catapult. When she shot several arrows at lightning speed, each arrow hitting the same part of the throwing lever, the salted fish could only cheer for Jiang Pingji. Meng Xian Xiao Kuai. I gracefully present this year's knee to the streamer. Please accept it. Qi Qingcheng. As a salted fish, can I ask a question in a low voice? Why are you cheering for me again? The battlefield was chaotic. Every salted fish had a different focus. The streaming room was a live broadcast, so it was impossible to replay it. Therefore, many salted fish did not know what had happened. They just followed suit and cheered for her. Anyway, it couldn't be wrong. Zhenxiang warning. With my excellent dynamic vision, I can responsibly tell you how awesome the streamer's operation is. That soul imprint just now was simply too cool. At the same time that the enemy's catapult shot, the streamer shot several arrows and broke the throwing lever. The lever broke, and the catapult did not have enough strength. It fell from the sky and hit the enemy's camp. Such a huge rock could probably smash 3 or 4 people into meat paste. Jiang Pingji pursed her lips tightly and asked someone to adjust the angle to another catapult within the shooting range. Huge rocks were thrown from above and below the city walls. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Jiang Pingji's hands were still steady and she did not sweat. With a series of maneuvers, she accurately destroyed 5 of the enemy's catapults. The pressure on the city walls within the range of the 5 catapults was instantly reduced. The other soldiers also had some gains. When the pressure on their side was reduced, the pressure on the enemy soared. Nie Liang, who was supervising the battle from the rear, frowned deeply. His pale face made the green in his eyes look even more terrifying. My lord, Nie Liang said, I underestimated Lu Shi's ability. In less than 15 minutes, the enemy had successively destroyed the catapults within a small area. It was obvious that the enemy had a general with superb archery skills. Every one of these catapults had been broken by the enemy's attack on their weak points during the process of being launched. The battlefield was chaotic, and it took a lot of time to replace the throwing lever. It was almost equivalent to being useless. Why haven't I heard of such a person in Lu Shi's camp before? This kind of archery skill was used to defend the city and greatly limited the catapults of the attacking side. It was simply a nightmare. Nie Liang saw that no one answered and sighed. Forget it. It's about time for today. The number of catapults they brought to attack the city this time was not many. The enemy was so good at dismantling them. The possibility of successfully attacking the city was almost zero. Nie Liang was not a stubborn person who sought victory. He clearly remembered the real purpose of today. He lowered his eyes and issued several orders. The depth of his eyes seemed to be like a bottomless abyss. Not long after, Qiguanrang and the others also realized that the enemy's attack had slowed down. It seemed that they had the intention of retreating. After fighting for 2 hours, the total number of casualties on both sides was close to 7,000. If they continued to waste time, none of them would have an advantage. Nie Liang's side was feigning an attack. They had enough people, but they did not bring enough military supplies. Their endurance was worrying. Jiang Pingji also had a few batches of supplies on the way. If they continued to carry them, they would inevitably face the predicament of not having enough supplies to defend the city. They were relieved that Nie Liang had retreated. Jiang Pingji watched for a while, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. Qiguanrang also said, Nie Liang suffered such a big loss yesterday. If he retreated without a winner being decided today, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, he felt that Nie Liang still had a trick up his sleeve. That's right. At this moment, what trick could Nie Liang have? Jiang Pingji stood on the city wall and looked down. She suddenly remembered something when she saw a pile of corpses piled up high. Wenzhong, your subject is here. Quickly order people to prepare water. Take preventive measures. Jiang Pingji said. I suddenly thought of Jiamen Pass. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.